chips, so hopefully they brought enough for everybody. All right, the YouTube stream should now be live. So chat room, you can ask YouTube about the chips that they brought. And it's time to play some Dwarf Fort as the ads start on Twitch, which is fine. Well, Twitch over here brought a burger, right? Because chat was talking about ordering a burger earlier. So if chat here has a burger and YouTube brought chips, we've almost got a party here. Anyone bring a keg? Just saying, we in good hands. So to the people coming in from YouTube side of things, I've been streaming on Twitch for 10 years. The first year was sporadic and there was a couple long breaks. And then at the beginning of year 2, I started a 30-day stream challenge with a friend of mine. And that didn't, well, he dropped out after about 15 days. Then multiple years later, I dropped out of that and continued streaming. The only reason I didn't stream the 2 years in a row basically was because I got sick at one point and just needed to sleep. The initial year, yeah, I was streaming 7 days a week, but they were all about 2 to 3 hour streams tops because I was working full time and had a 2-hour plus commute. So you're at work at a brewery. Can you grab us a keg? Then we'll have burger, beer, and chips, and then it'll actually be a party. I just have coffee, so you guys are doing better than me. And IR Stupid is in the wrong chat giving me money. Thanks for the $2 on YouTube. All right. So, Pog said a beer. You don't actually have to bring us a cake. But, just chat, if you happen to have a beverage of choice, I don't know, to take a sip. Just be like, this idiot on the internet that I like watching has been playing video games on the internet for 10 years. And it hasn't been 10 years of Dwarf Fortress for some people who've asked this. Juice boxes are allowed. You can use juice boxes. Using a syringe, actually, you can put alcohol into juice boxes very easily. So after... Okay, so I starting streaming in 2013, initially just streaming whatever the heck I want. Eventually moved into Roller Coaster Tycoon and then Planet Coaster when that came out. Around the same time as Planet Coaster, I also started doing RimWorld because that was popular and was close-ish to Dwarf Fortress and people actually liked watching it. Played that for a bunch. Finally got partnered around the time it left early access. Stopped playing that game around the time it hit 1.0 because I stopped enjoying it. And then finally started playing Dwarf Fortress in about 2018. And it damn near killed my stream. The audience that I did have at the time more or less entirely left when I swapped over to Dwarf Fortress. Ever tried Zero Sievert? I played that game before it was cool. Played that game like 8 months before it came out, I think. Yeah, I have it. It's fine. I dip in occasionally. I don't find that type of grinding to be particularly fun. Like the way extraction shooters play, I don't like, if that makes sense. Like, I enjoy the process of playing Zero Sievert, but I have absolutely no interest in actually going through the progression of Zero Sievert and probably won't ever. Can I make dwarves immediately go to burrows? No, because they're dwarves. Dwarf Fortress isn't a game about perfectly controlling every single dwarf and absolutely min-maxing everything and making sure every single dwarf survives every siege. That's boring. If you use DF hack, you can force it, but why? Just build your forts in a way so that they don't run into issues, and you'll be fine. I was grinding Winter Biome in RimWorld. I'm wondering if that was... Was that the one where I finally took off? In the, permafrost biome? Because I remember doing a map where it was constantly minus 50 outside. And I remember, like, when the pawns would walk outside, they'd immediately start getting frostbite and start freezing to death. I remember that being, like, kind of nutty. I wonder if that's the same one. Because I can remember grinding a few different winter biomes, but that's the one that's popping into mind the most. And I think I ended up taking off with, like, 4 characters at the end. And I remember just, like, walls and walls and walls and walls. It was a thing. It kind of reminds you of Majesty, where you have literally to use incentives for your poems to do things. Yeah, I really like the thing I like about Dwarf Fortress over other colony sims is that it is more of a god game. Where, yeah, you don't have full control, but if you lose 10 dwarves, the world's not going to end, you know? Plus, there was always marauders, yes. You know, and then the marauders would show up and then they'd freeze to death before they got to the edge of my base. Yeah, it was good times, actually. That was a fun base, and then they just started sending robots. But that was a fun run. Yeah. And there doesn't seem to be any meta progression. The meta progression is literally called generational wealth. Yeah. Like Napoleon invading Russia. I don't think Napoleon had laser rifles, but like, I'd watch that movie. Like Napoleon, but it's like Napoleon 2089. There you go. That sounds like a movie that they would have made in the 80s, right? Like Napoleon 2077. Whoops, I just tabbed back into Dwarf Fortress and managed to close it. How did I manage that? You're the channel that you go to, that you point people to that want to get into Dwarf Fortress, and you're an excellent source of content, and you go above and beyond. Thank you. It's funny that, like, people tell me that I go above and beyond and whatnot, and I feel like I've been slacking for the past 6 months. Like, genuinely. Like, my perspective is that I've been horribly slacking and I need to do better. But, like... Laser rifles and ray guns? Yeah, absolutely. And then the question is, what would... Okay, so if Napoleon had laser cannons and, like, beam weapons, what would the Russians have? Laser rifles mounted on dinosaurs. Wailing souls. See, I was just, like, imagining a much more, like, brutalist form of weaponry for a, like, fake Napoleon movie. Where it's, like, Napoleon's side would have, like, you know, French, elegant, air quotes, weapons. And then the Russians would have, like buzzsaws launched with dynamite or something. I don't know. Like, I'm just imagining just, like, repurposing, like, logging equipment is kind of the image I'm getting in my head. Like, but yeah, it's Borderlands 2-esque stuff. Yeah. You know, I could see a movie like this doing really well. They're right next to Iron Sky and Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter. Like, I would watch that movie. That sounds like a good time. New Fort? No, we're playing Firebolt today. Because I want to finish Firebolt. I've told people that I don't like doing world domination because it's boring. So my goal is to basically do that with Firebolt. And then people can stop asking me to do it. Although we're trying to annihilate necromancy, right? Like, that's the actual goal. And then the full plan for today, by the way, chat, is so the game that first got me views on Twitch was Roller Coaster Tycoon, right? So my plan for today is we're gonna do like 4 or 5 hours of Dwarf Fort, and then I'm gonna play some Roller Coaster Tycoon. Well, we're gonna play a scenario of Roller Coaster Tycoon, and then if I still have energy left, I'm gonna play some rounds of Risk of Rain. That is my plan for the day.
This is madness! Madness. This is Stone Aldo. This is Aldo. This is Aldo.
Yeet. But just to call out something from the YouTube chat. Yeah, no, Israel needs to get the fuck out of Gaza. That's a given. All right, Hobo's got to get back to work. Yeah, how dare you have a real job? You have a good day, Hobo. Go, don't work too hard. But we're playing some dwarfs. Rocket-propelled chainsaw. Okay, so like two chainsaws, both on the end of a broom handle, with like a rocket launching device that makes it spin like a frisbee. I don't think the physics for that work, but it does in my mind, so. Does anybody have like $100,000 and wants to make a terrible movie? Because like, I got ideas. I won't help, but I will help prototype a script. So this is the fortress that we're playing. The goal of this fortress is to completely annihilate necromancy from the world. As for that, we're doing all right so far. We are the Fortress of Firebolt. We've taken over 2 Necromancer towers and destroyed 2 other local ones. Most recently, we destroyed this one, and we took over this one. So now we're kind of working our way south. We're going to be hitting this, and then slowly working up this way and sweeping through all the rest of these Necromancer towers. Now, of course, they all have books with the secrets of life and death, but that isn't our concern. Our concern is simply to destroy the towers. Once the towers are destroyed, I'm going to go get all of the books out of all of them. And then I'm not sure what I'm going to do with the books. I might just put all of the Necronomicons onto pedestals and then cover them in lava, maybe throw them into a volcano, or I don't know. We'll work on that later. You haven't played DF since Friday? You've played Dwarf Fortress more recently than me, then. Actually, that's not totally true. I was recording... I was recording footage for a thing. So, yeah, you haven't played Dwarf Fortress more recently than me. But... put them in public libraries? I mean, I could. I mean, we could just end this by turning the whole fortress into necromancers, which is also an option. Have there been any design or gameplay changes? Archers work now mostly, or like they used to, and the game runs 100% faster because of all of the, like, what's the word? Under the hood engine upgrades the game's had. There's always a way for necromancy to return. I'll put it that way. The game's been optimized a lot. Those are the major changes, is the optimization stuff. Which I know some people are like, that doesn't matter, but like all I have to say is, yes, that is a major change, and if you disagree that that's a major change, then, well, I can't help you. The named dwarves, there's a lot of them. So we're going to read the named dwarves in this fort. We name new dwarves whenever there's a migrant wave. 404 Loud, Aegis, Ahuna, Vaira, and All Mind Control, Alonzo, Anander, Arkshroom, Art Dude, and Ashol... Ashatol. That person's name's hard to read. Baby Femme and Baka Glass, Bastet, Ben Syed and Big Sparn, Bing Leoid and Budgie, Celastaris, Claiborne, Cloudy GM, and Coco Mantis, or Coho Mantis, I think so you're supposed to pronounce that. Commando Cal and Captain Jack, Curry Boglin, which is a great name, and Darius Cardrin, and we do actually have a Necromancer, don't worry about it, who's Dasanix, and Delisle SDF, Doc Randall, Donnie, and Dr. Phineas, DS, Devil Dawn, and Dweezil, alongside of Dying Sun, Eldrish, and Frederick Geek, G. Finn, and Goss, as well as Glass Half Empty, GM070, and Nullman JP II. Gobsnack, Goddess Zenith, and Grey R. Gutter Hunk, Glass Half Empty, Honey Bun Hauler, and IDZ3. I Love Hugh, and Iron Zach. I Slay Smoke, which is good whiskey. I'm just going to put that out there. And Kaden Miggett, and Killot, and Kravicus, as well as Lennox, and Latch King of Dead, Le Musketeer, Lil Jaeger, and Linku. Lil Jaeger probably gifted you a subscription to this channel. Lucas Bat and Lucy Rambles, as well as Lyagushka. M Ace N64, Martin, Midnight Winter, and Mini Monster, Mr. Burner, Monia, and Monkey Monk. Mr. Raven, Neezer, and Nodokasa, Non-Major Nerd, Nerdstat, Onred, and Pigfinite, as well as Power Tools and Beer, Megas, and Patolas, QN Green Tea, Ryo Shincat, Raven, Waved, and Robol, as well as Rokar and Rull Stoles Broken. Rupert PY, Sentient Potato, Safe Keeps, Semtexagon, and Shinira, as well as Sneaky, Snaky, and Sparky, Specbotna, and Stormwolf, F44, Suited Giraffe, Psycon, and Technophobic Freak, Tellan Artho, Terminal Wetness, Tobzen, and Trent Hughes, UGDPY, Unique Owns, and Ben Keelhall. Uristov, and Van Ori, Wait What, and Word Cities, and Wild Shiny Florin. It's a lot of names. Dwarf Fortress has not been bound by single core processing in about a decade, but nobody knows that, and nobody cares whenever anybody says that. There is multi-threading for line of sight code, but that's not the reason the game runs so much better. The reason the game runs so much better is it now runs on SDL2 instead of SDL, which is where the vast majority of the frame rate increase comes from. A lot of people are just like, oh, the game has multi-threading now, which is true. And that's why it's running so well. No, the reason it runs so well is because it's running in SDL2 instead of SDL. That's why it runs so well. Are there any not taken dwarves? There's plenty of not taken dwarves, but I only name dwarves when there's migrant waves outside of special requests. What is SDL and SDL2? I'm not a programmer. Can any programmers in chat please explain? Because I could explain, but I'd sound like an idiot. It's the code base the game is written on? Question mark? Okay, I will say what I said earlier again to the person on YouTube. Archerers are back to the way they were before version 50. Do they work? Yes. Do they work the way people think archerers should work? No. They work the way dwarves have always worked as archerers, meaning, yes, they will still go beat the ever-living crap out of the enemy, but they load ammunition again. For the last 8 months, they didn't, but in the last major patch, they changed Marks, Dwarves, and Archers so that they actually load ammo as intended. If I can find one of my archery squads. Yeah, see, they load ammo as intended and carry around what they need to carry around to work. They will also train. You cannot select specific ammo types, but they actually will pick up the correct ammo now and do work. But you need to build separated towers for them to fire out of, or they will just go fight. So if you're willing to set up a set of archery battlements with a roof, you can absolutely use them, and yes, they are quite effective. That's it. As for the fortress itself, we are a volcano fortress. It goes all up to here. And as you go down, there's power up top. The reason I haven't made a tutorial video for archers yet is because I'm waiting for the actual rework, which is supposed to make them not use crossbows as melee weapons. Because while to me that's not an issue because I know how to get around it, people still, it says it breaks if you don't pick. That's out of date. Go update the wiki. That's not true. The wiki is very frequently outdated because guess what? I don't update the wiki, and not very many people play the game as much as I do. So, go update the wiki. It's been fixed for... I could go look when the patch was. When was that patch? September 19th was when the patch went live. September 12th was when it went into the beta branch. So they've been more or less working since September. Of course they can. So can dwarves. But goblins don't generally show up as expert archers, generally. So this is the upper area. This is our library. We have a guild hall over here. These are a bunch of offices for nobles because we have quite a few of those. A bunch of bedrooms up here. This is the front door. Over here we got bedrooms for nobles, more dining rooms rather. We got a, what do you call it? A barracks down here. This here is my entryway for baddies. They walk past all of my crossbow dwarves, and then if they make it to the end, eventually they fight. They enter in through this little bridge here, which is, you know, under construction. And, yeah, that's the fort. Thanks, Golem. And then as we move down, we got lava going everywhere for fun. We've got some guild halls, and then down here on the main level, we got more bedrooms, various other things. We got crafting layers. Everything's kind of vertical, and I've kind of set it up so you can kind of see multiple layers of the fort at once, because I like forts like that. We got our main tavern with a cavey in it for some reason, and then more bedrooms. And then down here is the actually kind of an interesting barracks. This is a barracks, but it's technically connected to the tavern. So when my dwarves are training, often other dwarves will show up and start singing and telling poetry and stuff while the other dwarves are training, which is kind of neat. So...
Hey, I'm teething, or learning to walk. I don't know much about toddlers.
Is that because of your sub age? But thanks for the 1 year. I guess, like, you're saying I'm 1 year old, so I'm, like, learning. Yeah, I also don't know much about toddlers, to be honest with you. But, yeah, I guess you're no longer an infant sub age. Cheers. Thank you much. We've got our Stonecrafters Guild up here, and various other guilds and dining halls in the middle of them. And this over here is probably my favorite dining hall I've built. I just really like the look of it. I think it's a really nice looking spot.
I'm just a baby.
PC Conti, thank you very much for the 10th month. Welcome back. What are those gray barrels? So I'm making barrels out of iron. This game, in this game, is it still a struggle to get iron? And if there is no iron deposits and goblins don't do raids? I have a question. Question number 1. Why do you need iron so bad? Is the first question. Because iron is not necessarily the best material for all weapons. Second question. Have you played version 50? Because in version 50, when you hover over an embark site, it says what materials are there, which I don't like. I miss the old days where it didn't tell me what materials were there, and it was still hard to find them. Also, it depends on the worlds you generate. You can generate a world with frequent materials where there is so many materials you'll have a hard time getting actual rocks because there will be so many metals everywhere. Everything from zinc to iron to gold to platinum to whatever the fuck else is in your map, which is probably everything. So if you generate world with default settings, you will have a hard time not finding metal. If you set it to sparse, which was the old default, it'll take a little longer, but you'll know exactly what's there before you embark anyway, so it doesn't matter. That's all. Was version 47? It's a different game now, mate. Like, games changed a lot. So, if you've only ever played with knowledge from version 47, download version 50, just the free version, just go try it, and just go look at how different embarking is. Because, like, it tells you if there's sand there now, right? And, like, to a point, I don't mind answering questions about Dwarf Fortress, but if you've played before, which I know you have, just go download the version 50 from the website and go try it. Yeah, also World Gen takes like 10 minutes to generate a 500-year-old world. So this game is easy mode now? Easy mode is the default. But, I mean, I have my materials set to sparse, so they're not everywhere. But, like, I still found a bunch of iron deposits down here, which we dug through. But is it easy mode now? Maybe if you're a gatekeeping weirdo. But no, it's still the same game. I'll say Thanatos. Long time. All right. What was I doing? Trying to remember what I was doing the last time I was on this fort. Back in my day, people weren't gatekeepy and weird. That's not true. They were way worse back in the day. Don't know if that's gatekeeping. The joke of this game is easy mode now is kind of gatekeeping, yeah. Is kind of gatekeeping. Because is it easy mode now? No, it's still the same game. It's really not. It's really, really, really not. It's still the same game. If it's easy mode because they added features that people were asking for that were in DF Hack originally, if you consider that gatekeeping, then sure, I consider that democracy because the majority of the player base used a feature from a thing, and it was one of the most requested features when they announced that they were giving the game graphics. They were like, well, can you also give it this, 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 and this from DFHack? And they did. So the default settings are now the easiest settings instead of the middle settings, yes. Which, whatever. It's just a button click to fix that. I suppose. Yeah. Ragnarok. You love watching it being played? Yeah, it's fair. There's plenty of games I haven't played in years that I like watching. There's Miasma. Because, right, yeah, dwarf. Or not a dwarf. There bits and pieces of a bunch of wild animals just got thrown everywhere. I need to put away a bunch of animals, so let's do that. I need to put away a bunch of animals. Apparently, I have some stray giraffes I can move into here. Stray cat, you don't need to be in here. Stray chinchilla, you can go in here. All of these, you can go in here. So you can steal their ideas. Yeah, that's a fair play. Won't fault you for that. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I don't actually like the feature of the game telling me what resources are on the map before I get there. I don't like that. I didn't like it when it was first added. It wasn't a feature that I wanted. It wasn't a feature that I requested. But I know for a fact that I'm the minority in that. Like, the majority of people disagree with me on that feeling. Just waiting for the dwarves to get rid of crap. Over this string with metals? I mean, there's already a mod that hides it. So if I actually cared, I could just hide it. But it's less of a, like, I don't like the fact that the feature is there, and more of a, I'm okay with the feature being there because people are generally happy with the feature being there. I preferred it the way it was before, but that's also not the only thing that I preferred it the way it was before. There's a few things that I prefer more about older Dwarf Fortress than this version. That being said, this version is superior to older Dwarf Fortress for a multitude of other reasons. No, it doesn't really matter to me that much. Yeah, no, I mean, a lot of Dwarf Fortress boosted is just learning the way this game communicates information because no other games work this way. Now that I wouldn't turn off. Like, I like knowing where the aquifers are. But, you know, there's an argument to be made that dwarves should be better at prospecting, which... Also, I know that all of the embark screen right now is currently placeholder for a system that Tarn has planned, so, you know, one thing at a time. Trust the system and trust the plan. There is a plan. We'll get there. I gotta always check this whenever I haven't been playing for a couple days. Do I have a strange mood that's currently sitting? No, I don't. I do not. Closest colony sim was a little colony sim on the phone, and it was intimidating at first. What? Wait, what? We're new in Dwarf Fortress earned its reputation for being difficult, but if you played any other since then, you imagine it's easier to pick up. So Dwarf Fortress was new in 2003. What colony sim existed on a phone before Dwarf Fortress? Goblin. Unless that's not the way you're intending that to be read, because that's the way that reads. Which is like, what? Tetris. Yes, got it. Okay, sweet. Definitely. I have to make a Clother's Guild. Now, I swear that I already made a Clother's Guild. Did I not? This right here is a Clother's Guild. Okay, so I guess I just missed half the conversation then, which is definitely possible. Just picked up this game super quick, but maybe that's because you watched all my... You know, it's funny. One of the things that I got a lot when I was making all of those tutorials is, why didn't you make these tutorials before I would have, like, gotten into this game years ago? And you know what's really funny? I did make them all before. Those tutorials I made in December are largely remakes of tutorials I made previously. Master of pickaxes and shovels. I don't know if I would take that title. Uh-oh. Elfie, you are our tarantula expert in the chat. Have you ever seen a tarantula with feathers? I hope this thing ain't too fast. Has a regal bearing, yes. The Tundra Titan Thola the Findanem, Elmigfigili has come. A great feathered tarantula. It has an enormous shell and a regal bearing. Beware its poison bite. So that is literally just...
Happy Days Blind.
Holy Kai, thanks for the 6th month. Welcome back, dude. Did a steampunk spider fuck me? I hope so. You had a feathered crab yesterday with deadly dust? Ugh. Follow the might of a cave swallow people that have been cowering from... Yeah, well, this is a Tundra Titan, so this is on the surface. Titans are on the surface. Titans are forgotten beasts of the surface. All the way at the lower half of the map. The bridge done? Yes, the bridge is done. All right, so... So it might not have webs because it's a tarantula. But if it has webs, that might be scary. I don't know. Because it has a poisonous bite, if it has webs, it's literally just a normal spider. Otherwise, it'll die pretty quickly. I think this thing will be quite easy to kill. And I say that because spiders are hydraulic. So I only need to pierce it like once, and it'll just run out of pressure in its legs and die. Which sounds really dumb. But it's sort of how Dwarf Fortress works. So let's get that pulled. The dwarves are all running inside. All right, I mean, it's your life. We're gonna go over to here. I'm gonna station all of my squads over there. These three, we're just gonna get training. There we go. The door is shut. I've got a ghost. We'll deal with that afterwards. Yeah, because spiders are hydraulic, when they run out of all of the pressure in their limbs, they just stop moving. So it's actually very easy to kill insects in Dwarf Fortress for that reason, because they obey, like, hydraulics, essentially. So, okay. Do I have slabs I need to place then? That's actually definitely a possibility. There it is. This is like a weird hermit crab spider thing. That's what I thought. Why are you sitting right there? So yeah, if search function is from DFHack, I have literally every other feature of DFHack disabled. Or every other, like, automatic UI feature disabled. So I don't know why it's sitting here. I think it can smell the baby rhinos. Which, we have so many now. We've successfully tamed rhinos, by the way. They were semi-wild and caught and then trained originally. But, you know, we have adult war rhinos now, which is pretty rad. So at some point, we're going to have to start using those. Sweet. Okay. Uh-oh. I should have thought about that. I didn't even think about that. It's okay. Closing the thing. I do actually have... All right, well... It's too slow, I suppose. It's gonna pop out of the well. Classic Dwarf Fortress fashion. Actually, it's gonna pop out like right in the middle of my prison, I think. The itsy bitsy spider is walking down the water tunnel. Also, to answer your question, I don't think it can climb the walls. I don't think it can climb the walls. All right, so bolts are flying. See, bolts work just fine. They have bolts in their quivers, and they're firing out their bolts, and they're all gonna get stuck down there. We're gonna have to go get those later. The spear dwarves are charging. It does not, in fact, have arrows, or not arrows, webs. Otherwise, it would have fired them by now. So that's good, because it is a tarantula, and as chat pointed out, dwarves don't have this one. Yeah, you need a weapon here, Alonzo, but that's fine. Go punch it. Now, dwarves, you have one job, and that's don't fall in the water. Okay, if you fall in the water, I will be very disappointed in you. Lots and lots of bolts flying into the water. Lyagushka here is slapping it with the foot of his steel short sword, fracturing the chitin. Bits and pieces are flying everywhere, and the creature is now dead. Dwarves leaving the battle, quite happy how things went. Meanwhile, Rolstol's Broken is throwing a tantrum in the middle of the tavern. Well, that's great. EF needs railings. OSHA doesn't exist here. No, because OSHA has no jurisdiction. It's a non-concern for OSHA. Oh no, they were a bone doctor, right? This dwarf. Yeah, this dwarf is something. This dwarf right here. They are something. This is the most upset dwarf in the fort, and now they've started a fist fight and committed at least one crime. They attacked this dwarf, Avuz, Barden Kogan, and looks like they definitely did some damage, but are getting more damage done to them. Please don't kill this dwarf. Please don't. Yeah, this dwarf gets to go back to prison. Oh, you're gonna go start another fist fight? Oh, that's good. Well, at least all the dwarves are running off to go report the crimes, so that's good. Meanwhile, over here we have Van Ori, who is trying to report the crime, but is very inefficient. Van Ori is probably my favorite dwarf in this fort. This dwarf is completely naked, aside from one shoe. This dwarf has no movement of their hands, meaning they are incapable of doing anything. However, they are quite good at hanging around and talking, and that's about it. They hang around and talk, and I let them read sometimes, and that's about it. They don't feel anything. Oddly enough, though, not actually that stressed. Pretty good.
Fear.
So it appears that Wait What has been found dead, got ripped apart and murdered by this dwarf, Rull. Rolstol's Broken. I think we might have to expel that dwarf, because yes, they are one of my doctors, but you just killed another dwarf Or a dwarf, not another dwarf. You just killed a dwarf. You just killed wait what? So I'm going to convict you of all of your crimes. You're going to take your sentence, and then I might just expel you. Well, the thing is, in that specific sentence, no. I don't think about that, Shady. But you know what I do think about? I think about the time I've been sent suicide notes, which has happened twice in 10 years. I think about the one audience member that used to be a regular here who I know for a fact died of cancer. So I don't ever think about the fact that I've been streaming longer than people's lifespans. But I have had audience members over the years who have passed away. So I think about that sometimes. You've sat on the toilet longer than some people's lifespans? Yep, that's true. It's intense. It's called having an audience. How is everyone? Alive still, Miss Runner. How are you? Good to see you. Thank you, Salvadaddy. So this dwarf gets sent to the hospital. Fortunately, they're not the most stressed out dwarf possible. But, jeez. Her left back teeth are gone. How much time are you getting in prison? Also, I need to double the number of chains we have. I think that might be what we do first. So we're going to go down to the jail layer, which is this layer. Because currently Simtexagon's in prison for some reason. But we're going to expand the size of this. Is why you joined this stream to begin with? Really? Like trying to get over a recent loss? That's a interesting reason to start watching Twitch. Your dwarf is still, in fact, still alive. Still, in fact, still alive. That is the weirdest sentence I've said all day. Still, in fact, still alive. In fact, still alive. Surprisingly still alive. Amazingly. Against all odds, your dwarf is, in fact, not dead. No, it's not an overshare. Oh, honestly, for me, when you're talking about things like trauma or losing a family member, I don't really mind any kind of oversharing. Like, you can talk about that because that's the sort of thing people need to talk about. If you're tuning into my stream specifically to tell me that you're jerking off to the sound of my voice, that's oversharing. Please mute me. But if you want to talk about like actual like trauma that needs to be talked about, that's fine. I mean, the reason I started streaming back in the day was I was bored as shit, lonely as hell, had no friends, and worked a like soul-crushing job. So, you know, like, it's why we all get into things on the internet and communities on the internet because, you know, you're trying to either deal with something or get away from something or hide from something or at the same time potentially build something. Did they fix the bug where undead dwarves only get negative moods and otherwise feel nothing? Undead dwarves only remember things? I'm unfamiliar with the bug you are referring to. So they will only remember past thoughts. They don't currently feel moods. "10 years of being a dude on the internet?" Dude on the internet makes it sound so much less interesting. Well, I need more chert. We'll just slowly build up this way.
How goes it, dude on the internet? RNGSTR1 Mimicrophone.
As a dude on the internet speaking to another dude on the internet, it's going all right. I'm alive, still streaming, still here, still doing this somehow. People haven't gotten too bored of me yet. Well, actually, that's not true. Many people have gotten bored of me and stopped watching me a long time ago. So, I don't know. Definitely some people have gotten bored. I haven't pissed anybody off too badly recently. Yeah, I don't know. That's about it. I will say, speaking of dudes on the internet, there is a dude on the internet named Carl Jobst. And I quite enjoy watching his videos. He makes some pretty good videos. But I realized something yesterday, which is, unless you've just done a really good speedrun of a video game, you do not want him making a video about you. Because if he's making a video about you, you're probably in trouble. Or fucked up, real bad. That's it. Destroying careers with facts and logic. Yeah, that's that's one way to put it. Definitely, yeah, that's absolutely one way to put it. Have I got the carpet? What? I have no idea what you're talking about. Speaking of the Dwarf Fortress soundtrack, Fangamer leaked their own merch like 5 days early. So Dwarf Fortress is getting a vinyl soundtrack tomorrow. Why are you ecstatic today? You're in prison right now. That's you, Sam. I don't know what you did, but you're in prison. But if you're ecstatic, that's good. Literally released a short 5 days early. So yeah, no, they leaked their own merch. They released their own short 5 days early and then left it up. So, yes. Yeah, they kind of confirmed it in my chat after it was leaked. Because Fangamer's not smart. But yeah, I will say this. Fangamer makes really nice merchandise, but if you live literally anywhere but the US of A, there's absolutely no reason in the world to buy it because they have absolutely no international shipping deals with other companies. So it is bloody impossible to get any of the stuff they make if you live outside of the US. Even as somebody in Canada, like, the only reason I have Dwarf Fortress merch is because KitFox gave me a bunch of it, and then a friend gave me another one. Yeah, that was after it had been leaked. Otherwise, they wouldn't have said it. Or at least after the short was released, yes. So, yeah, I wouldn't recommend actually buying any Dwarf Fortress merch if you live outside of the US. Because it's going to cost you like $40+ shipping. Not to mention the fact that Fangamer's merch is like weirdly expensive, but... I mean, here, let me show you something cool. I swear this isn't a leak. I was told I was allowed to show this. But you guys want to see something cool? Yeah, I want that real bad. I used bronze bars for these. Bronze. Wow, a bunch of those got forbidden. Jeez. That's what I asked, and I got a shrug in response. But, I mean, If you actually go look at the Fangamer short, there's also a hoodie that's being released that's in the same style. Olive, can I ask you a question? What is art? Like, what is an artwork? Because your question is vinyl the original NFT? A JPEG you could buy if you will. Okay, number one, a JPEG is a digital format of an image. So records are not digital in any format, and if it is, it's a shitty record. You probably shouldn't buy a record that's using a digital master. First thing I'm going to say. Second thing I'm going to say, do you know what a drawing is? It's a image you could purchase, if you will. Yes, capitalism bad, but your joke is based on so much broken everything that my head hurts now. Sorry, I don't generally respond to things in YouTube chat, but geez, man, really? Are records the original NFT? I mean, you could say that about literally any kind of collectible. But no, NFTs are the original NFTs. They're a bad idea. Nobody gives a shit. Also, Olel, thanks for becoming a YouTube member. Cheers. I should probably actually make perks for that. They probably last longer than NFTs, too. Suited. Hey, Sparky. Sparkly. Hey, YouTube chat. How you doing? Twitch chat would like to know.
All of the celebrations crypt beer.
Yeah, something like that, Panda. Something like that. Thank you very much for the whole year in the world of Twitch. Appreciate you. I'm building a couple more prison cells because, damn it, I need them. So, that should make some people slightly happier. Yeah, Iden and... Oh, boy. I was gonna say, why are you in prison? You're not in prison. You're just hanging out there. Gutterhunk, I don't know what you did. I know what you did. You killed somebody. Sam, I don't know what you did. Probably just annoyed one of the barons that we have. Because, by the way, we have 3 barons. You won a local Yu-Gi-Oh tournament. Wait, what? Hold on a second. You won a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament and you got a Magic the Gathering booster pack? Something doesn't work in my brain here. That would be like, I won a Magic the Gathering tournament and I got a free Yu-Gi-Oh card. What? That's like saying I smoke cigarettes and I walked into the store to buy cigarettes and instead of giving me cigarettes, they gave me cocaine. Is there a reason you don't put a bed in your prisons? Because I haven't put beds in my prisons yet. I usually do put beds in my prisons, although it's an old habit from old days to not, and there's a reason for that, which is back in the day, it used to be hard to spot vampires. So you didn't really want to put beds in your prisons because it was like making them free vampire food. I mean, one's way more valuable. But yeah, no, I usually put like a throne or a stool, a table, and a bed in most of my prisons is usually what I end up doing. But they have somewhere to eat and somewhere to do all that stuff. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is acknowledging that Magic the Gathering is a better card. I mean, there's some truth to that statement. Okay, which interview and what might change? Gonna tank. Because I'm trying to figure out if we just jumped back to Dwarf Fortress. Also, this is what I was talking about. So these dwarves will come here and train, and while they're training, they get to watch people talk about stories, tell stories and poetry and stuff. And they get happy thoughts from like taking part in dances while it's training. Because this is technically the tavern, even though it's actually a barracks. because you can connect any zone to any zone, which is neat. And it gives you some neat effects when you start combining like multiple zones. So I'm quite happy with how this is working out. In fact, I might actually do this like going forward. Just make tavern zones into barracks and vice versa. You should check if your cards are worth anything. Yeah, I have no idea. I am not the person to ask. I don't play children's card games for children. I play big kid video games for grown-ups. I did actually play Yu-Gi-Oh! For a couple years when I was younger. I got all of my cards from a friend who didn't want his cards because my mom wouldn't let me buy cards, which honestly, probably good decision by my mom. I am not faulting my mom at all in that. I honestly think that was probably a pretty wise choice on her part. But she didn't let me buy cards, so I only got cards like that my friend didn't want. So the result was I had awful decks and never won. So yeah, that was a pretty awful experience. All right, so I'm building a trading door, which is down here. So this is going to be where our new depot is going to go. I mean, Magic the Gathering is the...
Good evening and happy anniversary.
Oh God, what's
Wait
the
a
name of that game?
second. Didn't we have that a few weeks ago?
So,
Lol.
a few weeks ago was my partner anniversary of 5 years. This is my 10 years of streaming anniversary. So, a few weeks ago, we were celebrating me being partnered for 5 years. Now I'm not really celebrating because I'm not really doing anything out of the ordinary. But today is the day where I have been streaming for that amount of time. And Bob Ross has arrived with wagons, and apparently the site is inaccessible. I really need to like go through and like knock down a bunch of trees, don't I? Or just build a large bridge. Your mom gave us index cards so your brother could make her own. I actually did that too, although I didn't use index cards. I used, shit, what were they? What were those called? Oh, I see why. I hadn't opened the bridge yet. That would do it. That would do it. I needed to open the front door. Crap. Your PC shut down after becoming a YouTube member? Oh boy. Seems suboptimal.
Food, right, food is...
What's up, Ash?
Hand.
I mean, over here on Twitch, we have a better Twitch emote, which is Dwarf Ross, which is a dwarf that just straight up looks like Bob Ross. We laughed so hard when we saw that dwarf. It was a good time. Chat's all found it. There we go. And the world is at peace once again. I need my weapons. There it is. What do I want to sell? I'm going to sell those silver spears, not the artifact one. Silver short swords, copper warhammers. I realize I could melt these down, but we're getting plenty of goblinites, so I'm not too concerned. I'm basically getting rid of the weapons I don't want them using. Or trying to use, for that matter. I like these bows, too. The pikes, I don't actually know if they can use pikes. I know they can use halberds, but they shouldn't. Yeah, copper's crap. Silver, nah. All longswords anyways. Mauls, those can go. Keep the scourges, the iron one at least. Flails. Get rid of the morning stars. Get rid of the morning stars and the scimitar. And I think that'll probably be enough. When your whole fort dies, happy little accidents. Absolutely, hard stuck spam. Absolutely. And Lucky Soft, thank you seriously for the, for the 12 months. The 1 year. Goddamn long time. What's up, Brian? How's things? Okay, so I think... I don't actually know when they're going to work their way over here, but we're in ads now anyway, so I will pause the game if anything noticeable happens. But yeah, the soundtrack for Dwarf Fortress is fantastic. You just woke up trying to decide if you want to go to bed or not, go back to bed or not. I know that feeling. That was me yesterday. Although, admittedly, yesterday I was slightly hungover. Slightly. It wasn't bad, but it was enough that I was like, ooh, I drank a lot yesterday. Well then. So by the time I actually like came to and got out of bed, it was like close to 1. But it was all right. Yesterday was good. So the one problem with this indoor like grow light setup I have now is my closet is glowing. Like, it looks like, my closet looks like a low-budget horror movie in some, like, grimdark horror from, like, some Cthulhu monster's gonna crawl out of my thing, out of my closet when I open it. Because, like, it's glowing around the edges. The reason I built it in the closet is because I shouldn't be staring at full-spectrum UV lights. Because it's bad for your eyes. I have to go to an appointment in, like, 40 minutes and it's pouring rain. I was like, oh, God, I know that feeling. Masterpiece Pigtail Cloth. The Outpost Liaison speaks with Suited Giraffe, and they say, you continue to impress. I have come empowered to elevate this land in the lies of our realm. Lies? Eyes of our realm. Yes, yes. Eyes, not lies. As for stuff that they could bring us, I've been requesting musical instruments, but I think I'm actually just going to request a bunch of paper this time, so I can start making choirs. I'm too lazy to make my own. All right, they want toys next year. All right, noted. Actually, I could sell some toys. Raz, thank you very much for the 42nd month. Trying to find more information on the intelligent undead, but I think that they could become less happy through memories. I know that they used to be able to go insane, which is probably what we're referring to. I know they can't go insane anymore. Or at least I haven't had that happen. I had talked with Putnam about it at one point. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, yeah. May or may not be a thing right now. There's only one way to find out. Yeah, I mean, I had a bunch of undead in the last fort, but none of them tantrumed. So, Ermagerd Cupcakes, what's up? I know there was an update, I want to say, like, beginning of summer, that had a feature in it that was supposed to make vampires not be able to inevitably start tantruming because it would lessen their need for alcohol once they became vampires. Same with necromancers. Again, I don't even, like, consider that really a bug in my brain. Like, that's just the way the game always worked. But, yeah, I don't know what the state of that is. So we're buying musical instruments because I've requested a ton of them. So these are all musical instruments. So I'm just going to go in here and we're going to buy 1 or 2 of each. Because making instruments is a pain, and as cool as they are to have, I honestly just don't feel like dealing with making instruments. So we're just going to buy all those instruments. Blind still playing Risk of Rain. You know, it's really funny. Let's see. I streamed Risk of Rain, what, twice last week? Is Blind still playing Risk of Rain? No. Never touching that game again. It's dead to me. This dwarf just picked up equipment and is heading north. Okay, sweet. That's exactly what you should be doing. Commando Kel. The blacksmith withdraws from society. Time to make a legendary toothpick. If this dwarf makes a legendary pickaxe, that'll be pretty great, actually. It'll probably be a piece of furniture, though, because they're a blacksmith. Please don't call me Mr. IRL. It's just weird. Because I am not, in fact, Mr. IRL. I'm pretty sure there is actually a streamer named Mr. IRL, and they just stream IRL stuff, like outside with a backpack. Yeah, I also want to withdraw from society and go make an artifact. But you know what? Instead, I just withdraw from society, and then suddenly I have a bunch of UV lights and gardening stuff in my closet. Sure, if you want to call me Mr. Blind, that is acceptable. Speaking of things that are acceptable, chat room, if you would like a dwarf in the fort, say pick me, because there's at least one migrant. It says migrants, so, but if you would like a dwarf in this fort, say pick me. Cold-blooded. Oopsies, wrong button. Cold-blooded is very easily falls into love and often develops positive feelings. She rarely feels discouraged and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and she tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. She is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and she is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and she tends to think before acting, and she has a greedy streak, and she doesn't seek out excitement. She scratches her nose when she's thinking, and she becomes very rigid when she's angry, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Thank you very much, Pack. This particular dwarf has no family in the fortress, and that's about it. They're an adequate spinner, so go spin things. This next dwarf has a beard, and this dwarf is Mr. Tapok. Mr. Tapok has a child and 2 lovers. Plenty of family. Younger half-brother lives here. Only family member in the fortress, fortunately, is still alive. He's incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, perhaps a bit foolhardily. Lacks confidence in his abilities, and he tends to be passive in discussions. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and he can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. And he doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and he can easily fall in love. He is pleased by his appearance and talents, and he can handle stress, and he tries to keep his things orderly, and he tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He works to square this natural tendency with his respect to martial prowess. He enjoys the company of others, and he tends to hang on to grievances, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and doesn't seek out excitement. He dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally believes that the mastery of his skill is one of the highest pursuits, and has a great respect for fairness, and feels that those who attempt to conceal their emotions are vain and foolish. Sees introspection as important. So you have a half-brother in the fort. Not in the military. Okay, so Mr. Berber is your half-brother, but is not in the military. So I think this dwarf's just going to get their own squad. Because it is time to, you know. There you go. As for weapon, I'll just let you select whatever for now. I'll figure that out later. 10 years of streaming. Yep. 10 years of streams. 10 years of streams. The first year was sporadic and all over the place and had a 3 or 4 month break. Because I was homeless for a bit. But, yeah. And then 9 years ago is when I started the, like, streaming 30-day challenge thing. That's where the number of streams counter, which is the number in the title of the Twitch stream, started. And yeah, basically didn't stop after that. You're a captain now? This is true. You are, in fact, a captain now. All right, so this next dwarf up here is Zakthos. Yeah, Shinira, you do, in fact, have a dwarf. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions, and he has a greedy streak, and he is slow to anger, and he doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. He sometimes can act without deliberation, and he tends to assume that the worst of 2 outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. He tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and he works to square this natural tendency with his respect to martial prowess. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and he tends to consider what others think of him. He acts with a little determination and confidence, and he doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind, and he doesn't handle stress well. He is stubborn, and he has an active imagination, and he has a sense of humor. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and he is quite polite. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and he is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and he inhales sharply when he's angry, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill, and personally finds the idea of competition among the most important, and would encourage it whenever possible. Finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting, and sees war as a useful means to an end. Values loyalty. The next dwarf here, I'm going to play favorites because they've been asking and haven't had a dwarf in a while. Sleepy Moon Moth. Sleepy Moon Moth, it prefers to be alone. He is confident under pressure, and he does not generally seek retribution for past wrongs. He is a low sense of self-esteem, and he is somewhat quarrelsome. He's bothered by this since he values friendship. He is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. He generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future, and he does not go out of his way to help others, and he lives a fast-paced life, and he is quick to anger, and he is brave in the face of imminent danger, and he tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, and he struggles against this tendency as he finds such open expression offensive. He winks as when he's nervous, and I need to burp for some reason, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of raising a family and personally believes that it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining, and doesn't see the point of working hard. Cheers, Maharbot. What made me start streaming tens of thousands of years ago? I worked full-time night shift, and had a girlfriend who had a lot of friends who she hung out with all the time that I didn't particularly like generally. So I would usually just, when I wasn't working, stay home. And I was bored shitless and needed a hobby and also needed to socialize somehow with people. And turns out playing League of Legends isn't healthy. So I started streaming to quit League of Legends, was reason number one, and get a social outlet. Those were the two reasons I started streaming. You hate it when Dwarf Fortress straight up mind reads you? It does that sometimes, doesn't it? That is a chick. You brought your own chick. This... Raging Cave, you've had a lot of dwarves, so I'm going to skip you and jump to Whitcode, because Whitcode hasn't had as many recently. He is rarely jealous, and he is greatly pleased by his own looks and accomplishments. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he is trusting. He often acts with compassion, and he could be considered rude. He tends to avoid crowds, and he tends to consider what others think of him. He tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square his natural tendency with his respective martial prowess, and he doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. He does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive sentiments, and he prefers to present himself modestly. He is not particularly ambitious, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally thinks that there is something deeply wrong with people who persevere through adversity and sees introspection as important. His wife is about to show up. His mom is a recruit here, and or his mom was a recruit and then she died. His younger sister is dead. His aunt is dead. His uncle Logum is alive, though, so that's good. At least your wife's alive. Otherwise, I would have kind of felt bad. So this next dwarf is married to Whitcode, and her kid is Sparky, which also isn't Whitcode's kid. Yes, okay, so she has a kid, and her kid is Sparky, who does live here and is not dead. I don't think. Yes, does live here and is in fact not dead. So, sometimes I have to check. If it says it doesn't need alcohol to get through the working day, that's a vampire, not a dwarf. All dwarves need alcohol to get through the working day, period. It's like how humans need water, dwarves need alcohol. I'm going to, once again, jump to a person who hasn't had a dwarf in a while. So, Razlim. Raz. She forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others. She is pleased by her own appearance and talents, and she can handle stress. She tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals and does not often feel lustful. She has an active imagination, and she doesn't try to get things done perfectly. She does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings, and she doesn't focus on material goods, and she finds our obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. When she's bored, she constantly rolls her eyes, and when she runs her fingers through her hair, when she's nervous. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, dreams of raising a family, and personally treasures independence, finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort, and sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish. And obviously has family. Neezer is her uncle. Rest in peace. Play RC Tycoon lately. Have I played Roller Coaster Tycoon lately? No. But the question checks out because you've been following me since 2016. The plan actually is to play a little bit of Roller Coaster Tycoon later. But yeah, no, I play it once a year, basically, for the streaming anniversaries. So I played Roller Coaster Tycoon last year. This is always the progression of these conversations. Let me ask you a genuine question. If you know anything about PC gaming and how computer games work, why would you not play Open Roller Coaster Tycoon? I mean, that's a given. Duh. Like, I like being able to set the resolution of the video game I'm playing. That is, in fact, a nice thing to be able to do, and you can't do that in the original. That being said, the original does run, but... So, Raging Cave, I skipped you initially, but we've named up some dwarves, so let's go with Raging Cave. I don't know how many dwarves you've had in this world. Let me check a thing real quick. 0. Okay, so this is the first Raging Cave for this particular fort. And Raging Cave is emotionally obsessive, forming lifelong attachments even if they aren't reciprocated. Doesn't generally think before acting and is quick to form negative views about things. Likes a little excitement now and then and tends to not reveal personal information. He has an active imagination and he tries to do things correctly each time. He tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and he likes to brawl. He often feels envious of others and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. He has an active sense of humor and he's not particularly interested in what others think of him. He lowers his eyes when he's trying to remember something and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally sees working hard as a foolish waste of time and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. Definitely sounds like an artist. Also, this isn't a hot take. Roller Coaster Tycoon 3 is the worst of the franchise. But, yeah. Who am I missing here? Lightning Roger. Lightning Roger. Brought your homemade bow with you when posting in the art channel, and the other people were really impressed with the work you had done on the bow. You're going to go back there tomorrow as someone offered to help you measure how many pounds the draw weight it has. Oh, that's cool. Has it stopped snapping? Because I know it snapped at least once. I think that's the last thing I saw was it broken. But I gather you fixed it. He likes to brawl and is trusting, and is assertive and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and he takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. He isn't given to flights of fancy, and he thinks that he is fairly important to the grand scheme of things. He doesn't often feel envious of others, and he doesn't seek out excitement. He occasionally overindulges, and he is curious and eager to learn, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Hey, YouTube, do any of you guys want dwarves? You're allowed to say pick me too. I can see the chat. But thank you, Grim Cookie. It was a bad time to say that because we're out of migrants, but there are plenty of dwarves, so I can name a few. Elfie 3? You nominate me for a dwarf? No, thank you. I'm good. She is very impolite and inconsiderate of property, and she has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution. She strongly prefers ideas and abstractions over abstract concepts over building specific practical issues. She is rarely jealous, and she is grounded in reality, and she has little interest in joking around. She tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, and she struggles against this tendency as she finds such open expression offensive. She tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and she is slow to trust others. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. Congrats on being first, Baka Glass. So over here, this. Make sure you get everything you need. Budgie's dead. Currently hauling warthog bones. Switch to fiberglass limbs, they're much more forgiving. I mean, in my mind, you're still talking about like, human limb. She sounds smarter than you. Oh, there you go. There you go. Also, thanks to all the people watching on the YouTube side of things. You know, I'll be honest, like, I think, yeah, last Thursday was probably was the highest view count I ever had on YouTube, which was 100. Now there's like 60 people watching on YouTube. Normally there's like 30, give or take 5. But still have like 215 on Twitch, so YouTube, you got some catching up to do. Never played any of them. Your simulation preference from your childhood is SimCity NES, and I still mourn the death and downfall of Micropose and Maxis. I apparently blew a lot of people's minds recently when I said that 6 a.m. is Maxis backwards. Because, like, I streamed SimCity recently, or the SimCity 3000, and I put that VOD up on YouTube. And, yeah, apparently I blew a lot of people's minds. So this artifact is being made out of steel bars, tower cap logs, stray badger, boar bone, warthog bone, and sheep leather, llama wool cloth, and round white jades and chert. Any bets on what this dwarf makes? They are a blacksmith, chat. Oh, Craftsdwarf's guild needs to be a Grand Guild Hall. I think it already is.
Crypt Wave Blind and Char.
But let's double check. Where did I put the Craftsdwarf's guild? But I'm pretty sure I did make it a higher value guild. Old Guy in Black, thank you very much for the 10th month. Welcome back. This was it? Okay, no, I do need to increase the value of it. I do need to increase the value of it. Floor grate, maybe fair. Honestly, I'm kind of indifferent, Falcon Will, but Twitch makes me significantly more money than YouTube. And the chat's better on Twitch, and I like the this sounds mean when I say this to YouTube. The way Twitch is designed to build communities. The way YouTube is designed to make you stay on YouTube. YouTube doesn't care who you're watching on YouTube, YouTube just wants you watching YouTube. So Twitch wants you to pick a streamer and watch them until they're done, and then watch the next streamer. Twitch is a better platform for live streaming. I live stream on YouTube because I can. Up until this point, I wasn't allowed to because of my contract with Twitch. But as of TwitchCon, we're allowed to. So, to quote the Twitch CEO, Dan Clancy, Twitch is a platform for live streaming. Live streaming for YouTube is YouTube's hobby. And so personally, if you were to like be serious, I would prefer everybody just watches me on Twitch, because this is the platform I built my community around, right? YouTube is, and always kind of has been, a loss leader side hustle for me. Yes, I do make money on YouTube, but it's a fraction of what I make on Twitch usually. I think right now it's about, both of my YouTube channels together makes about a quarter of what I make on Twitch. And right now we're at peak ad revenue season. When we're not at peak ad revenue season, like anytime in the spring or summer or early fall, it makes like an eighth, maybe less, than I make on Twitch. So Twitch is how I pay my bills. Which is why when like the occasional person, this is very rare, but every now and again someone on YouTube will get upset with me for uploading VODs and stuff, or like trimmed VODs or anything. It's just like, make original content. I don't want this Twitch bullshit. Like, I do get that every now and again. And to what I have to say to them is, you'd get no content if it wasn't for this Twitch bullshit, so. Probably dozens of people switching over to Twitch instantly. Honestly, watch both. Like, whatever's more convenient for you, right? Like, that's the point. The whole point is just, like, making it as easy to find the stream as possible. It's like, I don't stream on TikTok because I think TikTok's creepy as shit. But, like, the reason streamers are streaming on TikTok isn't because people like watching streams on TikTok. Because from what I can tell, people don't. if you look at any of the retention stats, people don't watch streams on TikTok. People just sit there swiping on TikTok and they see a streamer they recognize and they go, oh, shit. And then they jump over to Twitch, right? That's why people stream on TikTok. It's sometimes people blow up on TikTok, but most Twitch-focused content that is streamed to a platform that isn't Twitch, we're doing it not necessarily because we want you to watch us on the other platform. We're doing it because if it's easier to remind people that we're live, you're more likely to tune in, right? That is such a weird take, as if Twitch isn't original content. When people say original content, they mean like a video that was recorded and edited for Twitch. They don't mean a highlight of old content. You know what I mean? I don't know. People are weird, and that's fine. They're entitled to be weird. I'm weird. I mean, come on. I'm growing friggin' lettuce in my closet. No, not boo for YouTube. Honestly, like the way the way I've been thinking about it recently, because like I don't react to the chat on YouTube anywhere near as much. Like I see it, it's right there, it's in OBS, like I can read it, but I don't really respond to it. The way I kind of see it is if you're lurking, or if you're popping a stream up on a TV, or like have zero intention of interacting, YouTube's probably the better platform because you can skim around better. Like the player is better for certain things. But the way YouTube is designed is you're on YouTube and you are programmed as a person on YouTube to check the recommended videos, right? And my average watch time retention on Twitch is about 6 hours, believe it or not. The average amount of time people watch me on Twitch is about 6 hours. The average amount of watch time I get on YouTube, well, actually, I can show you. Apparently it's about 10 minutes. Now, that might be because I'm not interacting with the chat on YouTube very much. But I'm pretty sure that's just YouTube. Like, I was talking to some, like, streamer friends who switched to YouTube permanently for a bit and now are back to streaming on both. And they say the same thing. Even if your view count is way higher, your retention is way lower on YouTube. Because YouTube isn't designed to keep people somewhere. It's designed to move you to the next thing really quickly. Sounds like a solid life choice in this economy. I mean, have you seen the fucking price of salad recently? Good lord. I mean, here's better photos. This is what I was doing this week. This was my normal weekend activities. Normal weekend activities. What was the first one I planted? Honestly, it really looks like drugs in the first photo I posted on the Discord, which was when I was testing it before I actually put anything in it. I was just testing the lights to make sure they all worked. That's the one that looks bad. But I will have lettuce and spinach in like 3 weeks. Classic wire racks. They're cheap and sturdy. Okay, so I need to make this higher value. We need to get this up to grand, so I need to get this to 10,000 value. I might actually move this fortress up to hard economy, but I would have to upgrade all of these first, because otherwise everything's just going to suddenly not be valuable enough. Making steel chests and steel cabinets. How much steel do I have? 25? I don't have any regular seeds. I grew a regular this past summer on my patio, but I ran out of seeds, so I have to buy more seeds. All right, so since chat's just like asking me about gardening, see, I got butterhead. These are gonna need to be moved to bigger like pots once they sprout. But I got butterhead, buttercrunch lettuce. I've got freckle romaine lettuce, which also will need to be bigger, moved into slightly bigger pots, but that's fine. I've got giant winter spinach. I got 2 kinds of Swiss chard and red loose leaf and red iceberg lettuce, because that's just what I had lying around. I will buy better seeds as things happen. But that's just what I had sitting around that was ready to go. So let's make this slightly bigger is what we're gonna do first. So none of these are engraved walls. Okay, we can get away with that. Including this 3-hour documentary about South Korean fairy syncing. I read that as South Korean furry syncing, and I was very concerned for a second there. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, like, YouTube is very, very good at moving people from place to place. Like, that's what YouTube is good at keeping people on YouTube. Twitch is designed to keep people watching Twitch. And generally specific streams. Lanix, thanks for gifting a subscription. You're very kind. Like, whenever... And this is a sentiment I get a lot from other streamers as well. Whenever people are just like, yo, what platform do you like streaming on the most? Or what do you miss about streaming on Twitch if you stream on YouTube? And it's always the same statement, which is they miss the community, because Twitch is designed to build communities. YouTube isn't. Should we start a hype train? I don't even know if they're off cooldown. The last one just kind of happened and then vanished pretty quickly. They are not off cooldown. Oh, wait. Give it 90 seconds and they'll be off cooldown. Am I using any mods? No, I am not. Well, I'm using DF Hack, but that's not technically a mod. Content mods for Dwarf Fortress are a wee bit redundant for me. You're off to your appointment. BRB 2 hours. I will still be on in 2 hours. Enjoy your lurks for those 2 hours. To be fair, the last hype train literally was just 3 subs. It was 3 people subscribed in a row. So, Commando Kel, the blacksmith, has created Vumisharal Bem, a steel barrel, and offers it to the ageless creation. I mean, we have a legendary blacksmith now, so that's pretty great. We're going to start getting legendary furniture. This is a steel barrel. All craftworship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with warthog bone and encircled with bands of sheep's leather and wool and trillion-cut white jades and rectangular chert cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of steel and badger bone. On the item is an image of a dwarf in tower cap. The dwarf is speaking with the dwarf. A dwarf and a dwarf. Sorry, I missed that. And a dwarf. Oh, of a blank and a dwarf. Hold on. An image of a blank and a dwarf. The blank is speaking with the dwarf. The artwork relates to the agreement of the ageless creation to establish a guild hall for the Guild of Roughness in the early summer of 355. That's interesting. Why doesn't it give me a specific dwarf there? A barrel. What's wrong with an artifact barrel? Everybody's like always so disappointed at some of the coolest artifacts. It's like, that's a neat artifact. I don't know. You don't see barrels super often. And besides, it's going to make my Craftsdorf's Hall valuable. Barrel's almost a bucket, yeah? It's just a bucket with a lid. Weird that you can't collapse these. In my experience with Dwarf Fortress, unless it's a total overhaul mod that includes new mechanics, it's generally just more flavor, basically, and or redundant. And most of the civilization mods that add more playable civs, I don't have any interest in playing with, because simply put, those civs aren't designed to be played, usually. So the result is you just get very weirdly balanced and or bad gameplay. So, like, it's nothing against the modding scene for Dwarf Fortress. There are some excellent overhaul mods, but all of the overhaul mods, or none of the overhaul mods have actually been pushed to this version yet, because none of them are compatible with this tile set. So we need tile set modding before any of those mods will actually make their way into the game again, which is, on its surface, fine. It's a bit of a shame, but It's not actually, like, going to damage the game or anything. I would like to get that dwarf started training, so let's get you down here. It's not quite valuable enough just yet, but we'll get it up there. Taking out the trash thing, gonna switch to your desktop. Gotcha. Are just crippled dwarves? Yes, pretty much. Yeah, I mean, like, the Long Night mod works, but you can only play it in ASCII. And until we get square ASCII, I don't really want to use ASCII, to be honest with you. It's not possible now. So it's not a matter of how much harder. It's not possible currently. The only thing you can do is you can go into the tile set for here and like literally redraw pixels, but that doesn't allow you to tie new items to old art. So long story short, the way we used to make overhaul mods for this game just doesn't work currently, which is some of the reasoning why a lot of people are sticking with older versions. And honestly, I don't blame them. No more Mario World mod. We've been over this, but yeah, no. Not until we get that compatibility, which we will get eventually. But to anybody who listened to the interview that I did with Tarn this weekend, Tarn just needs to finish adventure mode. And then we can start getting stuff like that fixed. Because it's like, we're still missing a third of the game. So. And there's a lot of like little dumb things that are major game features it really sucks that we don't have them. That's just a matter of Tarn doing it, and the priority right now is get adventure mode done. It's a long list of things to do, and Tarn is one person, and Tarn just lost a grandmother. So it's like, just let the guy get things done. Also, I have to say, chat, just show of hands, how many people here listened to that interview, either live or after the fact? Checking dwarves to see. Okay, so we do need more bedrooms. I think that one, because I think that one was pretty good. Like, out of all of the ones I've done, I think that was one of the better ones. Why is there a bunny rabbit there? You're supposed to be pastured. Damn it. It's been a busy week. Yeah, no, I gotcha. It's a long interview. A long conversation. I just think that one went real well. So I was quite happy with it. Curious what this dwarf picks up, because I've literally, like, let Mr. Tapak go get whatever he wants. Looks like he's prioritizing battle axes, which is cool. Why are you being... Hold on a second. Recover wounded. Did you... Why are you getting... You have no health problems. How did you get wounded? And why are you being dragged to the hospital? Okay. Is there a new one? No, there definitely isn't a new interview. That's not why I'm talking about and asking if you listened to the interview. We did an interview on Thursday. There hasn't been a new one since Thursday. All right, so I need to make a temple. Because apparently the wise doctrine has many worshippers. So I've been sticking temples up here. We got 2 of them. So I'm going to build a temple up here. I'm thinking like maybe in this wall. Maybe down here. It's a little too close to the dirt line, so I think we'll go this way. Did I ever make these into bedrooms? No, I did not. Jesus. Okay, we should do that. Let's just get doors on all of these. It's always the question about, all right, what was I doing last week when I finished playing? So I don't need to make more bedrooms. I have 17 bedrooms already. Great. Did Tarn curse a lot? I mean, there was a point where he cursed quite a bit. Why? It was on Thursday. Did you watch the stream on Thursday? And then I posted the VOD on YouTube afterwards. Did you watch that? I don't understand why this takes so much mental deduction as to whether or not you watched a stream last Thursday. Also, Tarn cursing is not really like a pretty accurate identifier of the interviews. He tends to just kind of do that. And then always like apologize, and then he keeps cursing. So I inevitably say something that makes him start cursing. Inevitably. Also, chat room, Diamond Destruct needs a subscription to the channel. Just saying. We're fighting with monkeys again. Great. It's been a long time, Mice Nerd. You can't create something as DF and not curse. Well, I mean, the big discovery from this interview is that Tarn was completely unaware that vampires are blue all of the time. Which I'm shocked that he didn't. Sleepy Moonmoth, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Diamond Destruct. Welcome back, Diamond. Yeah, here I haven't had any monkeys steal anything from this fortress, but occasionally they show up and we do get into fights with them. Although for a while there, Long Death went to war with the monkeys because I had chimpanzees, I think, jumping the wall and stealing my books, which was maddening. Absolutely maddening. Yeah, you know what? We'll do bronze floors on the ends of this. It's gonna look like a bone or something. Freaking 30 months? Yes, a very long time. Very goddamn long time. That make the freaking vampires blue. The two funny things about vampires in Dwarf Fortress, right? One, they're not supposed to be blue, they're supposed to be red. That's number one. Two, they're only supposed to be red when they're eating a dwarf. Because they're supposed to transform into a vampire until they've been discovered. So unless they get interrogated and admit it, or enough dwarves witness it becoming a vampire that it's then reported, then they become red all the time. So one, they're the wrong color in this version of the game. Two, they are the wrong color all the time. And Tarn was completely unaware of this. So that was the cause for Tarn cursing a lot. Was just fun, basically. So I'm kind of hoping we'll get a hot fix in the next week that makes vampires not blue all the time. But, you know. What's even funnier is we all just kind of, I'm pretty sure we all were just kind of under the impression that Tarn knew. Because, like, even Putnam popped into chat and was like, yep, they're blue all the time. It's not a bug, it's a feature. I mean, like, it's been brought up on the Future of the Fortress multiple times. Like, random people in Future of the Fortress, like, vampires being blue. And Tarn just kind of, like, never fully registered that question. And after the interview was over and we were, like, debriefing, basically, after the microphones were muted, he was just like, all right, what other dumb shit am I unaware of in the game that is broken? And I was thinking about it and then sent him this one, which I have a question. This is for both chat rooms, anybody. Do you ever get invaded by goblins? That's an obvious question, which I'm assuming you guys have answers for. I mean, this is to anybody who plays this game. Have you ever been invaded by goblins? When you get invaded by goblins, do they ever bring trolls? Have you ever been invaded by goblins that invade with trolls? In version 50, specifically the Steam version. I think that's a bug. I'm pretty damn sure that's a bug. Because in version 47, if you got invaded by goblins, every single time they'd siege, they'd have at least a handful of trolls. Every single time, regardless of like size of siege, there'd be at least a handful of trolls. So I think that's a bug because there's no trolls invading, just like at all. Trolls can knock down doors. I think they're supposed to be. Can they? I don't know. But after like a quick like polling, basically asking in Discord and stuff, literally everybody's like, yeah, I only ever see wild ones in the caverns. So I think trolls are broken. From goblins and kobolds? You must have modded kobolds so that they do that, because kobolds don't raid people. Unless you're talking about, like, just thieves showing up, because kobolds don't raid. You see, I've, like, taken over entire goblin cities and been sieged with, like, armies of 800 and literally never seen a troll in this version, outside of wild ones in the basement. So I think trolls are bugged. I saw ogres once. I know ogres are supposed to be really uncommon, but like, how's late game cloth management a chore? Just make a full set of clothing for every dwarf once a year, and just set up a repeating job to make pigtails into fabric, and you'll have. How much cloth do I have? I just made clothing, so probably not that much. And yeah, you'll have plenty. So, I mean, I have 338 pigtail cloth, plus a bajillion types of other cloth, plus all of the silk I have. Why is it a chore? It only takes one piece of cloth to make each piece of clothing, so you only need, like, 600 cloth or so to make a full set. Well, that's your own problem if you're making everything out of leather, so... Don't make everything out of leather, jeez. That's the problem you're making for yourself. Why does it matter? Droven. Yep. This is a problem that you are willingly creating for yourself then. To the person on YouTube. All of the thieves would show up? Okay, that makes more sense. Because that's not technically a raid then. Those are just thieves. I always try and, like, if I get frequent kobold thieves showing up, I try and set it up so that they can get some free stuff. Because honestly, they try so hard. There's different types of cloth and leather wear at different rates. I have absolutely no idea. Considering most of the wear is from, like, physical damage and not actually from wear. I know it takes 400 years for wood to completely rot away, but I have no idea about clothing. You know, just because you said that, Lakune, I won't. I won't. I was going to, but now that you've told me it looks awful, no. It's going to stay there. It's now a permanent fixture. It's a feature. Mm-hmm. And you know what? The dwarves love it. It's a representation of the coarseness of society and how things that are shiny and beautiful have to be next to things that are unfinished and ugly. There you go. Tapok get it. Tapok gets it. And I'm not sure why there's a monkey running around in the fort, but there's a monkey running around in the fort. Yeah, no, elves will bring their mounts if you go to war with them and they have access to their mounts. But yeah, I've not seen a single troll. I've also will see beak dogs. Like I've seen goblins bring beak dogs. Not very often, but they do sometimes still bring beak dogs. They used to bring beak dogs more. It's not insane. But yeah, it's really weird. Especially when it's just like I ask like, you know, what? 230 people here on Twitch and like 50, 60 people on YouTube, and everybody's response is like, yep, nope, don't ever see trolls. I think that's kind of nuts. If you just want to not get attacked in Dwarf Fortress, go to your settings, click difficulty, and turn enemies off. It's that simple. Obviously, it won't make things 100% safe because, like, wild animals still exist, but... Yep, that too, Droven, yeah. Like, I think trolls are extinct. I'm pretty sure trolls do not exist in the way they're supposed to. So this is a temple, which is going to be the Wise Doctrine. They worship mountains and poetry. The god Tikak, or however you pronounce that. Got it. Did I click the right thing? Got a steel altar. Let's give them 2 steel chests. Oh, sweet. It's already high enough value. Awesome. The holy gem is going to be... Let's give it to Cold-Blooded. You can get military running in, like, 2 months in Dwarf Fortress. Darn, nerf the internet trolls. It's honestly, it's probably an unintentional thing. Like, because when I DM'd him about it after the interview, he was just like, "Huh, that seems strange. I will investigate," and I haven't heard back. So it is something he is now aware of. You are the holy gem, yes. We're the holy gem. But now that we've got that, honestly, this is a room I'm not even remotely satisfied with. I think it's quite ugly looking. So I need to make this room better too. It's pretty high up on my priority list. No, see, seeing trolls in caverns still happens, right? That's not the issue. It's seeing trolls as part of Goblin sieges. Specifically in that, so pre-version 50. Version 50 is the first version that came out on Steam. How old is this fort? 15 years. Pre-version 50, if you got attacked by goblins, it would come with like a couple dozen trolls. And they'd be wielding weapons, and that's what Goblin sieges were. It was you'd get sieged by just a couple goblins, and then you get sieged by goblins and trolls. Now the way it works is you get a scouting party, then a couple goblins, and then the sieges get big after that, right? Because you get the guys that just have the bows, those are scouting parties. That also show up with a bunch of thieves, those are scouting parties, right? You don't get trolls at any point. And I know that they rebalanced a large chunk of the game, like the way sieges work and stuff, for this version, so I think they missed some numbers somewhere. Maybe dig up some obsidian. I really hate the way obsidian looks. I probably won't do that. I could make obsidian, but it just looks like assets are missing to me in obsidian. I mean, actually, the thing Okay, I'm just going to put this poor monkey out of its misery. Just gonna get rid of the goddamn monkey. And we're gonna send out a siege. Let's go hit. Interesting. Rosy Tail's dead, which was a elven retreat. We're gonna go hit this goblin tower. Gonna send the fabulous squad.
5 dance.
We're not gonna take any treasures. Weeb Trap, thank you very much for the 4th month. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, stuff's been lost in the Dwarf Fortress code a number of times. Like this isn't too out of the ordinary, but like, it's just a matter of people pointing it out to Tarn so that he can fix it. So yeah, those are two of like the strangest oddities in the game right now, as far as I'm concerned. What was I doing? Lots of things. Lots and lots and lots of things is what I was doing. Let's just go down. I mined through all of this. Let's get this area mined out. Also need to check the status of our coke. 14 coke. Fortunately, we still have plenty of coal, so that's good. You like rough obsidian and obsidian floor, but not really smooth or built walls? To me, they just look like a sprite is missing. Like, it's too dark is my issue with obsidian. It's like the opposite issue that old school players had with microcline back in the day. It's like, especially in this version, it just looks like there is a tile missing to me, so I don't use it because I think it's ugly. That's not to say that it's a bad material, like it's totally fine, but it's just, I think it's ugly looking, so I don't use it. Vampires being Eiffel 65 incarnate, and Troll's not appearing. And Dogakan Hawk, I probably butchered that. Thank you very much for becoming a YouTube member. Appreciate you. Yeah, they are supposed to hide. They're supposed to blend in and look exactly like your dwarves and only look like vampires when they're eating. Only. That's the only time they're supposed to do that. Hot Potato got announces? Oh, yeah. Yeah, Hot Potato's happening. Hot Potato's happening in like a week. Although I will not be taking part in the Hot Potato, but I will be raiding into the Hot Potato and yelling about it while it's happening. For those of you who don't know, the Hot Potato is a charity marathon that my stream team runs here on Twitch. That traditionally has always been not Dwarf Fortress, has always been RimWorld, and but we did do a Dwarf Fortress one for the first time a while ago. And the Hot Potato is it's a marathon where we raise money for Doctors Without Borders. And the RimWorld one is happening in like a week and a bit. It's like the American Thanksgiving. So yeah, next weekend. Thank you very much, White Pony One, and thanks for the 5-pack of gift subs. You were very, very kind. For those of you who were blabbing about hype trains earlier, you could do that now if you wanted. But yeah, the RimWorld Hot Potato is very soon. So that's going to be something that I will be yelling about when that is happening. Because gotta, pay for some doctors. Especially when they don't have borders. But yeah, I probably won't be streaming as much once it gets started, which is next week, but... I will still be streaming. I don't like RimWorld. Doesn't change the fact that I'm not going to support an event that my team runs or a game. Just because I don't enjoy playing a game doesn't mean, like, I can't help run a thing that my team runs or a thing. But no, I don't like RimWorld. No, I mean, that's the truth. I personally do not enjoy playing RimWorld. which is why I'm not taking part in the actual charity event itself, but I help with the organizing and some of the behind-the-scenes things. I made a bunch of videos for it. I don't like RimWorld because I played too much of it, and they removed a lot of the features that I enjoyed, and I'm not going to elaborate on that again. Yeah, Wasted Space was an extra last year, if I remember correctly. But Wasted Space is one of those people who wanted to take part for a couple of years and get the opportunity to. Dodok has grown to be a turkey gobbler. I'm gonna pause the game because ads just started. I was kind of hoping those would line up with that save, but it didn't. Wow. People are gifting memberships over on YouTube. I didn't know you could do that. Guess you learn things every day. But thank you, Bagukan. The Dwarf Fort one, Diamond, or the last RimWorld one? Because the Dwarf Fort one was pretty crazy. We raised a lot of money for charity here. Like a lot of money. Should we get a second hype train? I mean, you can do whatever you want. I think you can probably out-hype train the YouTube people. Something that's probably going to end up happening now that I stream on YouTube is I'm probably going to remove being in the credits for being a YouTube member as a perk and come up with other perks, because I never had a lot of YouTube members before, but now that I stream on YouTube, that number has gone up. So I don't really want to have 500 pages worth of credits on my videos, so I might just restrict that back to just being a Patreon perk, because that would just make a lot of sense. But let a dwarf out of jail, and they're already committing crimes again. But yeah, I don't know. That is up to you, Sam. That is up to you. You also have to accept to be gifted a membership? Really? That's interesting. On Twitch, you can disable the ability to be gifted subs for channels you don't follow, or you can disable it entirely. Sam, thank you very much for gifting a 5-pack of gift subs. Appreciate you. Ow. 2 days ago, I went to go to a, I guess it was 2 days ago. 2 days ago, on Sunday, I went to go see the band Slaughter to Prevail. And the next morning, I woke up with an incredible pain in my jaw. And my right hand hurts. So I don't know if I was punching myself in my sleep or whatever the hell I was doing. But Sam, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Appreciate you, dude. Yeah, it's been a while, Kid Fox. Also, hi. How are you? How's things? Sleep punching? Yeah, I don't know. You had an axe lord throw a tantrum a couple of hours ago, and you had to send him off to conquer a small village. I had a military dwarf fail a mood, and they were holding a pickaxe. And when they failed the mood, they then went and proceeded to murder like 8 dwarves. Before like they were finally able to take him down. That was pretty brutal. Not gonna lie, pretty brutal. But such is the way of Dwarf Fortress. Oh, it's all good. Pulali troll. Thank you much. Also, Kid Fox, I mentioned this to Tarn the other day, and based on like asking chat, I think I found a bug. I'm pretty sure Tarn made trolls go extinct. Is today the 10 years? What gave you that idea? But yeah, anyway, trolls like only ever show up wild in caverns and are supposed to be like as common as goblins in raids. And after the interview was over on Thursday, Tarn was just like, so what are some other dumb things that I'm not aware of because of the vampires thing? And I was thinking about it, and by the end of the day, I was like, probably tell him that I haven't seen a troll invade in ages. But before I did that, I went into my Discord and was like, hey, Discord, you ever get invaded by trolls? And literally every person was like, nope, just occasionally wild ones in the caverns. I'm like, shit. Okay, well. I think trolls went extinct. Basically, like, I guess somebody told Tarn to not feed the trolls, and he took that a little bit too literally. So. Poor trolls. I know, right? No? To which part? The good news is that the new bug tracker is ready to launch. Yay! Yeah, that actually is good news. The question is, when is the bug tracker launching? Is the important question. Because I think like that's maybe one of the most important features that Dwarf Fortress hasn't had in ages, is a bug tracker that works. This is Dwarf Fortress we're talking about. But that is good to hear. Is it possible to not get any lava in your biome? So do you know what a planet is, right? We live on one. What's inside of the planet? Hot, molten, sticky lava, right? So if you dig down deep enough on Earth, you'll hit lava. In Dwarf Fortress, if you dig down deep enough, you will hit the center of the planet eventually. Is it possible to not have, like, a volcano? Yeah. Is it possible to not have lava on the surface? Yeah. Is it possible to have lava on the surface? Unless it's a volcano. If it's not a volcano, you shouldn't have lava on the surface unless something has gone very, very wrong. But unless, like, somehow you manage to generate a world without lava, which would probably just require some really, really, really weird tweaking of advanced world gen, no. Actually, I don't even know if it's possible to make a world without a lava sea. I haven't dug that deep into advanced world gen, but... Do we also get bug squishers? Yeah, I need like a fly swatter now. Bug tracker launch, fly swatter get. Problem solved. Also, my squatty is returned. Let's see how that went. So we went and we raided another tower. The uncommon mansion slipped in to trade blue, undetected by the hateful guards of an unknown civilization. That's a funny name. The hateful guards. We searched and found nothing, okay, because we weren't actually stealing stuff from them. All right, let's just attack them then. We are going to pillage, and we're going to attack with these two squads, and good luck, dwarves. Minus 50 isn't deep. Just for, like, this map is 122 layers deep. And goes up to layer 51. So minus 50 is not deep. Although it depends on your... depends on how close to sea level you are. But minus 50 still isn't deep. Huh. Yeah, I've never generated a world without lava. Because I don't really fiddle with it. People keep asking me to do advanced world generation tutorials, and to be completely honest with you, I have no idea how advanced world generation works. So... Dwarf has a lot of happy thoughts, but they're so stressed. Also, the frame rate just slowed down by 10. Are we about to get attacked? Maybe it's my squad's leaving. Probably it's my squad's leaving, actually. Yeah, I get the gist that Aimless Alpha probably hasn't done any weird embark sizes or anything. But even that, I would be surprised if you didn't have at least some lava on a one-tile embark. And also, if you have semi-molten rock, if you dig into semi-molten rock, it becomes lava. So, like, it just starts gushing lava at you, like an aquifer. Because a semi-molten rock is technically just like a lava aquifer. Which is kind of terrifying in its own right, but... Okay, why haven't you put on... See what you go get. Power Tools and Beer, thanks for converting that Prime into a Tier 1 subscription. I get 70% of the Tier 1s, unlike the Primes where I get 50. All right, I get about $2.55 or something from a Prime, whereas I get like 3 something from a normal one. So cheers. Thank you. All right, Dwarf, you need pants. I will make another set of armor. At least pants side. Steel greaves, steel breastplates, and steel gauntlets, and steel low boots. Cheers, Power Tools. So just want to throw it out there. If you're saying that Jeff Bezos is lolling all the way to the bank, just remember there's another shitty CEO who's lolling all the way to the bank when you're watching on YouTube. We don't really have good options in this industry. So, you know, you could like try and make people feel bad for using the options that they have to stream to the internet in a fashion where people can actually find it. Or you could not make people feel bad for it. But those would be great options. I'm quite excited about you worry that the lava will cool down in the way or just cool down while waiting for the next passageway. What are you looking for? What are you talking about? Strong lava. Lava won't cool unless it's super shallow, just like water. I probably do know it, but I don't know what the question was originally. Trying to get a minecart route going up 135 Z levels to reach your forge to bring the contents of lava in it. Yeah, lava won't cool as long as you're filling the minecarts all the way, the lava won't cool on the way up. But they only bring 3 of 7 per minecart for lava because minecarts aren't that big. So you can't fill a large space at the top. You have to use a small container. Can you kill lava with water? It turns into obsidian, yes. But yeah, if you're using minecarts to transport, my advice would be to... A lot of clothing coming up here all of a sudden. Where are we getting these items from? I'm wondering, I wonder if this is the military's clothing. You're hauling pigtail, tunic. Nobi owns it right now. Huh. Wonder what's going on. Why they're doing this. Like where they're getting this clothing from. Well, that's a rock that you're pushing. It does not need to be 7 of 7 to turn into obsidian, no. It's like, I think it can just be 1 of 7, but sometimes it'll just cool off if it's only 1 of 7, so you want it to be like 3 or 4. What size do I consider small enough? to fill a trench with lava. There is no what size do I consider to be small enough. That's not how this works. If you're trying to fill a large space with lava only using one minecart at a time, you can't do that. It needs to be like 1 or 2 tiles wide. Like, it has to be small. It basically has to be something like this. And then you'd expand it slowly as it fills. Because otherwise, it just won't fill fast enough. It'll just cool off. What was the name of that fort? Chat, what was the name of the fort that I built the machine? I'm blanking on the name of it. Not machine waters, no. I mean the lava cannons. Machine waters, I didn't actually build any machines. I just drained an ocean. Anyway, in that fort, I used minecarts to bring lava up. I can't remember the name of the actual fort, but... No, it wasn't the ghost. God damn it. You guys have worse memory than I do. Hold on. I will pause the stream and go look. Heaven's Bolt was it. And that fort, I used minecarts to bring lava up. I had to sign into a different YouTube account to tell you that. No, I'm not. I'm a human being. If I was a gem, I'd be in some dweeby children's show. Okay. But thank you. This dwarf is pissed. What are you pissed about? Bitter after getting into an argument. Blind just pulled the stream over on the side of the road to yell at it. Pretty much, yeah. No, I do that. I will stop this stream if you ask if we're there yet. Or, wait, no. How would I make that? Anyway. I'm going to turn this car around. I'm going to turn this stream of electrons through the internets around if you don't... I don't know. I will put this stream in reverse. That would be mighty difficult to word. Could you imagine trying to talk in reverse for an entire stream? Like, I'm good. Oh. Am I not making rock blocks anymore? Certainly possible. Oh, okay, I know why the clothing is still appearing, because we're still making clothing. That would be why. I thought we were through all those jobs. Rock jobs are still being done. But I think the issue actually is that is alabaster set. Let's make alabaster blocks because I've just got like a pile of them. This is a rather large vehicle. I mean, 230 people plus 50. Yeah, no, there's what, 280 people in this vehicle? It's a pretty big vehicle. Pretty big. It's like a very large bus. Created a Cyclops pit for disposing the goblins and cotton K traps in your first moderately successful fort. Did the Cyclopses kill each other? Or was there just one Cyclops in the pit? Because if there's multiple Cyclopses in this pit and they're not killing each other, that's kind of incredible. Yeah, they'd have to actually be related to not kill each other. Otherwise, they would 100% kill each other. 2 Cyclopses in the pit? Are they related? That's nuts that they get along. All right, I'm kind of like stuck between building things right now. All the dwarves left. Just Laia needs to leave. Baka, are you in prison? Well, Laya is, so that answers that question. Baka is not. Okay, so you are putting clothes away. Instead of, you know, being a legendary spear dwarf. But you have no squad assigned? Excuse me? That is not true. I mean, I get it that your squad left the map, but like... Also, I'm losing dwarves. So, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove you, and remove you, and remove you from the military. Because I'm suddenly worried that that squad is dying. Yep, this squad is losing people. I've got so much gypsum, it's like, I'm not even bothering keeping it. I've got so much gypsum. It's like ridiculous how much gypsum we have. Guess we do need to make more low boots then. Guess I could also let them use high boots, but your dwarf is still alive, yes, and you are still a necromancer. You're the only necromancer in the fort, and in my headcanon, the dwarves don't know. Pray to Nani. Someone has to. Yeah, I'm super worried about that squad now. I did send them out to go attack a necromancer tower, so we'll see what happens. We will, in fact, see what happens. Why in the world does that bunny rabbit not in the pasture? What the fuck? Apparently I have a bunny rabbit that's supposed to be in a pasture who's definitely not in a pasture for some reason. Well, that's slightly bothersome. Dag nabbit, that gave you another idea? Well, we should go about doing that idea then. Laya's taken all of his clothes off. Well, I guess he's ready. Slowly go around the edge of this. And the dwarves are slowly hauling all this stuff out. What? So it says that that's an upward track. I don't see a track. I'm going to follow this and see if this works. If they carry the minecart, there is no track there. But there's a track tile missing, so let's find out. If they pick up the minecart and carry it, it broken. There's no plans for there to be a tech tree in Dwarf Fortress, Olive. Just an FYI. So don't look forward to features that aren't planned. Otherwise, you'll just be eternally sad. Let's get rid of this, because I want to move this over here. Let's work on this area. This is something that we can work on. And honestly, I know that this isn't always the most popular take. I'm happy Dwarf Fortress doesn't have a tech tree, and I hope it never gets one. You're still working on your laptop? Well, welcome back on laptop. But yeah, I don't like tech trees in games generally. Tech trees are just like the video game saying, yeah, no, I don't respect your time. Oh, you don't like that? Oh, that, yeah, well, I still don't respect your time. It's literally just, hey, how can a video game waste your time? Is what tech trees are in a lot of games. It's like one of the least favorite changes I had with RimWorld, because people seem to like it when I talk about how I don't like that game, was when they added the tech tree. And then also made it worse. And then made it worse. And then made it worse. Then made it take longer. And then they were like, you know what would be great is if we made the tech tree worse. And then they made the tech tree worse. And then they added more stuff to the tech tree. And then they removed, like, a bunch of default things from the tech tree to make it take even longer. And it's just like, why are you making this game artificially take longer? Like, one of the things I really like about Dwarf Fortress is that I can just dig down to the lava sea and build a fort down there if I wanted. As if the Dwarf Civ doesn't have anvils. That's got nothing to do with research, though. And if a Dwarf Civ doesn't have anvils, the reason the Dwarf Civ doesn't have anvils is they don't have any access to the materials to make anvils. So, it's not that you need to research anvils. That's not the issue. The issue is that your Civ literally doesn't have access to iron. So that's got nothing to do with research. And even then, you can still make anvils. You just have to go find them in the world. You just have to go find iron in the world. I think tech trees are good in games that they are designed for. If the game isn't designed to have a tech tree is nothing but a net negative. And in most situations, I find tech trees to be a net negative. Especially if the reason for the tech tree being added is to make the game slower or have a sense of progression. The progression in Dwarf Fortress is the fact that you can interact with the world, not that, you know, there's a tech tree. Go down multiple levels by basically spiraling it down? Cannot for the life of you figure out a good method to do it. You dig a trench, you dig it through the bottom of the trench, you dig a trench, rinse, repeat. I don't know if I could even explain it to you because it's such a simple concept to me. It'd be like, you dig river, dig down bit, drop down level, dig river, dig down bit, drop down level, rinse, repeat. Like, like it's like all those people who kept asking me, could you make tutorials about building arenas, like combat arenas? And my response to every single person who's ever asked me that question is no, because it's just you build an arena. I don't know how to answer a question of how do you make a river span multiple Z levels by making a river that spans multiple Z levels. I don't know how I would tutorialize that. Cities Skylines is a terrible example of tech trees in video games. Cities Skylines has always had awful tech trees. And Cities Skylines 2 is no exception to that. I played another couple hours over the weekend, and God, it's awful. 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 Awful, awful, awful tech trees. It's like, hey, let's make this game slow and boring for no reason and make it take forever to get the tools that you want. No, I won't do that. Use your own basic creativity that you've been given because you are a human. Humans have creativity. And make a creative design for a arena. And then put things in cages and make them fight. I'm not going to make a video out of that. You can figure it out with your little brain. Oh yeah, no, totally. For XCOM, they make sense. For RPGs, like character tech trees, make sense. For city builders, nah. Well, if it's asking too much for people, they can just go watch TikTok and leave me alone. Cyclops, named Sagus Bostadabudu, has come. A giant human monster with a single eye in its forehead. Hey, my squad returned. This is my pillage attempt of a necromancer tower. The dwarf Methos led the attack, and the defenders were led by a goblin named Kangazu. Not a necromancer, just a goblin. The dwarf outmatched the goblin Kangzu with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. It appears that the goblin was struck down by non-major nerd. They got back with a friend? Oh, you mean they got chased by a Cyclops? I guess kinda, yeah, probably. We looted a bunch of books. That was a mistake. I thought that I told them not to do that. Well, shit. Let's check something. Well, there's 70 books in the library. It concerns learning the secrets of life and death. Well, my soldiers are already in here, so... Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to lock this door. We'll keep an eye on them for a little bit. But let's find this Cyclops. Does it have any items? Wow. Wow. I've killed its eldest daughter and its second eldest daughter. Mom's mad. Well, I mean, you've had a successful career. 165 kills. I wonder who English Orb Wildness, the fuchsia lens of shooting, was. Also killed a necromancer? Hot damn, dude. 2 necromancers. The weapon keeper indeed, yeah. So I'm gonna do a thing. Because I think this is an interesting tale of these Cyclopses. I'm gonna make steel statue. Steel statue. Steel statue. Steel statue. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Set all of these to just make 1. I realize my camera's covering it, but you'll just have to believe me. Okay, there's 4 jobs for steel statues, and then we're gonna go to historical figure. The Orange of Dashing is the one that's attacking us. That's the eldest daughter. That's the second one. And this is Rev, thanks for the 10 bucks. Cheers, dude.
10 years. Holy crap. Cheers, dude.
And then I need one more. I'm making a statue for this whole family. And the last one, which is the child, is EX or EXZ. Yes. The Jade. Dang. That's a lot of Cyclopses. But seriously, Rev, thank you very much for the $10. Hope you're doing all right. Ugh. And now we follow this Cyclops and see if it manages to kill any of my dwarves on the way in, and then we'll read about all of these items, because that's a lot of artifacts. Although, not a very smart Cyclops. It is wielding one of the two artifacts it's wielding are not weapons. It is wielding a zircon ring, or maybe it's wearing the zircon ring on it. Well, it's not on a finger, so actually no, it's wielding a ring and wielding some hemp armor. Lanix, thanks for gifting a subscription to Peter. Cheers, dude. We're steel. We're making a statue of steel, not stealing a statue. Making a steel statue. We're not stealing a statue. These are two very different things. We do only have one necromancer who's currently teaching a cooking class. Well, that checks out. Let him cook, I suppose. The dwarves collide with the Cyclops, and the Cyclops screams, "This is a conflict. I feel no terror." The Cyclops apparently immediately got a... Hold on a second. What? Wow. Which one is that? So, okay, so he's equipped a sword, a steel short sword, and managed to embed the steel short sword in this dwarf and then pull it out. One of these two. Yeah. So this dwarf got a sword stuck in their neck and then pulled out, like, immediately. Also, I should point out, this is a legendary Cyclops. You don't normally see legendary ones. They're normally just adequate. So this is a legendary Cyclops. This is like high difficulty Cyclops. But yeah, it's doing that multiple times. Embedding the sword in my dwarves. Yeah, stabbed the militia captain in the right lower leg with Colarzis, tearing the fat. I think that this sword should be put on a pedestal in my militia squad's place. Also, Metob, one of my dwarves, was found dead. So Zuglar, the militia captain, is now bleeding. Sneaky Snaky lost their upper arm. The Cyclops is dropping its items and bleeding now, though. Also lost the sword, Colsaris. How'd you drop the sword? Loses... Okay, there you go. Cyclops fell over. So he fell over and dropped some of his artifacts. And is now currently embedded with spears. Starting to look like a spear pincushion. Just want to say, you're just confessing your love to me. Okay. This game is so complex, but with your videos you start to understand. Your English is fine. There is a mod that converts all of the non-generated text into Portuguese, if that would be helpful. I know it's on the Steam Workshop. But the generated text is still in English. Yeah, I mean, people constantly apologize for poor English in Twitch chat, and it's like, your English is better than most English speakers, because English speakers aren't trying as hard. So, like, English speakers have, like, typos constantly, and you're just like, my English is bad, sorry. It's like, nah, your English is fine. You're all good. But anyway, yeah, so this Cyclops is now a pincushion. Absolute pincushion. and the dwarves were able to kill it. I can't remember the last time I lost a trained military dwarf to a cyclops. Like, genuinely, I cannot remember the last time that happened. So I think that this item, this sword, right here, needs to be placed on a pedestal. Rev, thank you very much for gifting a subscription. Haramisu. Seriously, thank you much for, like, being around to be gifted a subscription. So, I am just going to leave this open because I can't be asked to go through all of those books. I do need to be more diligent in the future, but let's just build an item vault. There's some goddamn scam train incoming. I think we need to make an item vault. For all of this Cyclops' items. We've also got Zuglar, who is seriously injured. Okay, so I do have dwarves coming to recover wounded. You're legendary like this, Cyclops. As somebody who's been doing this for a really long time, it's really, really difficult from my perspective to know how legendary I am if I'm actually legendary. So I will simply smile and nod and say thank you. I don't think I'm particularly legendary, though, for whatever it's worth. I'm just some guy on the internet making videos. Anybody can do that. Some people just get lucky. Seriously injured but feeling slight pain. I mean, adrenaline's a thing. I don't know. Takes a personality. Well, to quote somebody who I haven't seen in my chat in a really long time, Blind has the personality of a doorknob that's been jammed down somebody's throat. But sometimes he can be funny. So. As they're taken away on a stretcher, pretty much, yep. How are you doing, Ghost Wizards? That or Blind isn't a channel that you seek out intentionally. It's just a channel that once you start watching, you get this weird sense of Stockholm Syndrome, and then 5 years later, you're like, what the fuck happened to my life? Was another piece of feedback I got once. What was I doing? Mudstone. All this. But in a good way, everyone's personality vibes with somebody. I was gonna say I was gonna start naming very unpopular political leaders, but even unpopular political leaders, some people vibe with for some fucked up reasons. So yeah, I guess you're right. Amazing stream? I don't know. I think you guys unnecessarily flatter me. See, Classy gets it. Classy Baxi hates Team Fortress 2? Did it, like, steal your firstborn child or something? Cheers, Deep Space. Sir, accept your compliment. No. Yes? Really? Wow, that's impressive. You know, I've heard about video games doing a lot of bad things, but geez. I'm so sorry for your loss. I hope that you recover from that one day. I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't expecting a no hesitation yes in response to that, so that's pretty great. A+. What should I add to this area to make it look nicer? What if I... Okay, so the manager's office right now is this. What if I make the manager's office right next to the trading area? Make the manager's office... Yeah, let's make the manager's office down here. Let's do that. Or I could make this into the broker's office. That could work. Something like that could probably do her. With all these inconspicuous steel chains. It was the prison. They've been deconstructed. It's no longer the prison. Okay? Hard disk to your PC, and then you think you'd be smart. You went to desktop folder. The drives get its Steam folder, but of course it's shortcutted, linked to your C drive, not the E drive, so you deleted the wrong files and you completely emptied your bin. Luckily, Steam has your backup save files. Oh boy. Not for all games. Not all games actually have Steam backups, but yeah, that's quite the fuck up. Congratulations on recovering at least most of your files. The ones that matter have backups? Dwarf Fortress doesn't. Dwarf Fortress matters, so you watch your goddamn mouth, animal. I'll fight you. I was extraordinarily worried, but now I'm less worried. All right, so this is going to be an office. Now the question is, who's the broker? Medtop.
Happy 10 years blind.
Digital Dingo, thanks for the 32nd month. Appreciate you. There's a few you've uninstalled without realizing they didn't support it. I don't think there's any games I actually care that much about save files for. Really? But I'm also pretty casual when it comes to that sort of stuff. You have 1 hour on the, in ATM on Steam. Sounds like Animal, in order to mod my stream, you need to, you know, get with the program and learn the proper video game. I mean, come on. You're a mod here for a reason. And it's definitely not your personality. It's obviously your knowledge about video games. Animal's just like, gotcha. Instructions unclear. Accidentally 500 more hours of Minecraft. And I'll be like, yeah, it checks out. What's a despawn run? I have no idea what that is, Rumpus, but I'm so sorry for your loss. Huh. I didn't know that. I'll put that in the bank of random factoids I know about Dark Souls that I also don't care about. You might vanish for several months into the Minecraft again. I mean, you could also just never play Minecraft again and you'd probably be okay. Just like you could probably never play Dwarf Fortress again, and again, you'd probably be okay. You'd also never play video games again, and you'd probably be okay. So honestly, play the games that you want to play when you want to play them. I once played Minecraft in the middle of a forest at 3 o'clock in the morning, in the dark. Like, 4-hour walk from the nearest vehicle. That was a good time. It was a heavy computer to carry. We brought a bunch of laptops in the middle of fuck nowhere and a big battery. It's a good time. The problem was we were using my friend's data hotspot to actually connect to the internet, which ended up costing him several $100s. Worth it. Clearly, it wasn't a very good attempt then. Well, that's not good. Got dwarves fighting. Also, let's check this. I think we're okay, considering I've had no new necromancers show up. So, let's go attack that tower again. Go get them, dwarves. Are we talking about backing up Dwarf Fortress saves? I mean, yeah, there's various, like, automatic backing up services that you could use that are free and open source. There's various ones of those. I use Yoplin for my notes, which is a pretty good note-taking app, which is also free open source software. All right, so I need somewhere to put the artifacts from that Cyclops. Thinking on this layer somewhere. Maybe over here. That would take forever to dig out because of the closeness and proximity to lava. I tend to just stick worlds in my Google Drive. It's 1 o'clock. Chat, I'm going to go use the toilet, I think. Dwarf is currently in hospital. I will be back momentarily. Above the library. I don't know if I want to go further up. It's Mitchell. Thank you very much for the raid. I was about to go use the toilet, but thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the Raiders? And mods, can I get a shout out for the Raiders? I will be back momentarily. I'm going to go use the toilet.
Sandwich!
Let's take make a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Tea Earl Grey hot. Cheese for everyone!
Gonna say mean things about Blind. I'm gonna make sure that he's right in front of me to. I'll tell it to his face. Blind, you smell. I did say thank you first, but yes, I did take a break. I used the toilet and then I had to stick my finger in some dirt to make sure it was still moist and check the temperature of it to make sure it wasn't too cool. Because otherwise, dirt wouldn't work as dirt is intended, so. I also put on a hoodie because it's chilly in here, apparently. So, but I'm back. How was your stream today? Was it good? Was it entertaining? Hope it was fun. Hope you had a good time. We are, you know, playing this little video game. It's called Dwarf Fortress. You may have heard of it. You need to flobble off to beds. Don't flobble too hard, or you may flobble off a ledge and hoit yourself. But yeah, good news is the dirt is in fact still moist and not too cold. So I'm trying to grow lettuce in my closet. So it turns out in order to grow lettuce in your closet, it needs to be the right temperature, and it needs to have light, and it needs to stay moist. So I'm doing my best here. The End of the World on Hulu. Wait, is that the comedy At the End of the World? Like when they're looking for the pub? Also, my cook skill now requires a Grand Guild Hall. I was almost there already, so that shouldn't be too hard. Closet lettuce, yes. Make that out of platinum. Bring in some more of these. Bring in 2 more chests. Could make a millstone, because I think I have an artifact millstone, don't I? Yes, I do. Put an artifact millstone in here. That'll be a nice addition. That might actually push the value up high enough. Shiny tables made out of steel. Yes, shiny tables, in fact, made out of steel. And this is my one necromancer in the fort who's still just giving cooking demonstrations, which is good. Teaching these dwarves how to cook. And they're satisfied after improving cooking. See, they're all proficient cooks. Look at that. Great cook, proficient cook, novice cook. Or that's a great cook. Hi, master planner, but doesn't know what cooking is. Also, is that really called the Sweet Company? The Spicy Muffin is the name of the guild hall, and it's the Sweet Company. That's fantastic. They are the Sweet Company. Does communicating vessels principle apply in DF? I don't know what a communicating vessels principle is. Welcome back, Shanira. But what is that necromancer cooking? They're not cooking. They're leading a cooking demonstration. They're demonstrating how to cook. Sleepy Moon Moth is committing a artifact. Wherever they wandered off to. And this dwarf is Heading to the masonry shops, grab some alabaster. I don't know what, well, okay, so I'll be honest with you. I never went to school. So, as a homeschooled weirdo, I don't know what they teach you in home ec. So, shrug? I don't know. When you channel fluids, will it always try to go up to equilibrium with the fluid source level? Water, yes. Lava, no. Water, yes. Lava, no. But there's several ways to remove pressure, which stops that. Raw company is a pretty good term. You know, it's funny, Prudent over on YouTube. Everybody that I've shown pictures of my indoor lettuce growing setup to, every single person I've shown pictures to is like, "Are you growing weed?" Because like this is literally the setup. That's what it looks like. Everybody asks if I'm growing weed, to which I have to say, "Have you ever tried to grow weed? It's really hard." Like genuinely fucking hard ass plants to grow. So, like, I sent, it was what? I sent this picture to Kit Fox's community manager yesterday, and she's like, "Is that really spinach?" To which I said, yes. Yes, it is actually really spinach. Because if you've never tried to grow weed, good God. Good God. So much fucking work. I live in Canada, by the way. Weed is legal. It's legal to have multiple plants. And I would rather just go to the store and buy it. Need a lot more than that. You also, yeah, you need a lot more dirt than that to grow weed. Weed's not a small plant. Although, there is one instance where I would like to try growing weed. I would like to try growing weed in the format that those people who grow weed bonsai trees grow weed. I would like to try to grow a weed bonsai tree because I think that would be fun. Trying to grow like a mini stunted weed plant that still grows the top, maybe gets 1 or 2 buds on it. But actually growing weed to smoke, yeah, no, I'm good. Like that's fucking, like you need a goddamn science like laboratory to do that. Like, would I grow a weed plant as a fun hobby just to see if I could grow a mini weed plant? That would be fun. I might try and do that if I get my hands on some seeds. But like, would I actually try to like legitimately grow weed for smoking purposes? No, I'd need like a garage to do that. There's a Dutch dude who grew a weed plant. Why do they need to be Dutch? Also, my family's mostly Dutch and Germans, so even though I'm Canadian, my dad has bonsai trees. But anyway, we're through the ads on Twitch now, so we can continue. Make sure you get the fan to cycle air. They need fresh O2 and take it out of the air super fast. I'm not too concerned about the fresh O2 because there's plenty of oxygen in there. One thing when growing plants indoors is you need to, for lack of a better term, you need to pet them. I know you said O2, and I know you said CO2. I'm not concerned about them not getting enough air circulation. That is not a concern for me. What I'm concerned about is plant strength. So when you grow plants indoors under lights, they get really weak because there's no wind on them. So I need to go in there and literally brush them every day, pet the plants so that they get strength. Otherwise, they will get very weak and brittle. Okay, I'm gonna throw some shade at the Netherlands right now. Canada has better weed. Anyway, that's all. Also, it's cheaper in Canada. Those are 2 things about weed that I have to say. Well, also there's the fact that like West Coast Canada is literally in the same part of the hemisphere as all of the Dutch, all of Holland. So we have the same temperatures, but we have way more land. You guys have to keep digging it out of the ocean. So Canada has better weed because we have more of a better climate for it. That's also the reason we have better beer than all of Europe. But, you know, is what it is. It's like Japan has better whiskey than most of Ireland. Anyway, since I'm throwing unnecessary shade at things that don't matter, Starbucks makes shitty coffee. That actually does matter and also easy to prove. You're going to press X for doubt on the last one? Japan makes better whiskey than Ireland. Scotland makes better whiskey than Japan. Also not beer than Belgium. Not better beer than Belgium. As somebody who has spent way too much money on imported Belgian beer to try Belgian beer, we can make that type of beer that is that good. Belgian beer is the most exquisitely created boring beer in the world. Belgian beer is the best boring beer in the world. Just like German beer is pretty close to the best boring beer in the world. It's boring beer. They make very, very, very good plain beer. You want something interesting, you have to leave Belgium. That's it. Also, what are you doing outside? Getting artifact items. But we had a dwarf die of old age. What about Czech beer? Once again, Europe is very, very good at making boring beer. If you like boring beer, Europe makes great beer. If you want interesting beer with variety, you have to leave. You've only had Molson and Le Findamon. Findamon's an all right beer. I quite like Le Findamon. But Molson isn't beer. That's fizzy water. That's fizzy water. Semtexagon. Blind is roasting everyone. Damn right. Also, I mean this in good fun. I say this as somebody who really likes beer and genuinely would really just like to go to Belgium and drink a lot of beer. I really like Belgian beer. I'm comparing like, so this is like one of these conversations of it's just like, I'm trying to think of an example. Here's a good example. I'm not a pet owner. I don't own pets, but all dogs are wonderful, but the dog that you own is the best dog. That makes sense? But I still stand by my statement of Europe makes the best uninteresting beer. Because Europe doesn't make interesting beer. I think people outside of Europe go, shit, we have to compete. Our interesting beer is better than Europe's interesting beer. Looks at Bruce, you'll play along. Bruce isn't a dog, that's demonic hellspawn. What is an interesting beer? You heard me. Interesting beer. You don't get it. Your dog doesn't drink beer. Get a cooler dog. What the fuck? Please don't give your dog beer. Please do not give your dog beer. You know what also sucks? You know what's also a terrible beer? Guinness is a terrible beer. Every single time I say that in the presence of my dad, he audibly gasps. Guinness is genuinely awful. When did I say flavored beer? Jesus Christ. If you're putting flavoring in your beer, you need better beer. But Guinness is awful. I drink Guinness when I'm too drunk to keep drinking, but want to keep drinking to sober up. That's it. Guinness is awful. Beer purity laws make for boring beer. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, you can absolutely get solid beer in Germany or Belgium. But if you want interesting, experimental, weird shit, good luck. Alcohol is what defines beer quality? I beg your friggin' pardon? I'm pretty sure, like, if that was the case, then Belgium would just straight up win. Because Belgian triples and quads are a thing. Don't get me wrong, I love a Belgian triple. Or a quad. Those are great. Hogarden is pretty fun. You saying Hogarden is good? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Yeah, Lynn Colt 45 would be king. Yeah, no, absolutely. It would be like some like fucking ass garbage 14% Imperial bullshit. No, flavor profile is what makes interesting beer. Also, genuinely, one of my favorite beers I've ever had is 4.5%. So alcohol content does not equal good beer. It can help though. No, my complaint about Guinness is that it tastes like mud water with a little bit of wheat in it. It doesn't have any flavor. It is bland. It is dull. You know all those memes of like Gordon Ramsay screaming it's bland, there's no flavor to it? That's my problem with. That is not true. Heineken to Europe is not Molson to Canada. Do not be that mean to Heineken. As somebody who's drank both Molson and Heineken, no. No. Heineken is significantly better than Molson. Molson's terrible, and so is Heineken. Heineken is better than Molson, though. If I'm like in a pub that has no good beer, I will drink Heineken over Molson any day. All beer is good beer? Not even if you're drunk enough. Just drink water instead of Molson. I mean, there's worse beers than Molson. There certainly is. Heineken is our worst export. I'm pretty sure Heineken in North America isn't actually an imported beer. I'm pretty sure it's brewed in Milwaukee. I could be wrong, though. Don't think you've ever tried Canadian beer? What Budweiser is to the US. When you say Budweiser, do you mean actual Budweiser or do you mean Bud Light? Because people confuse the two and they're very different tasting. It's like, I don't particularly like either, but Budweiser is a better beer than Bud Light. They're both bad, but actual Budweiser is better than Bud Light. I love how we're just like, this conversation is just going so fast that like I'm not even playing the game anymore. So elf merchants. Sell them a bunch of pigtail amulets. We'll do that. Holy crimes. I really need to just expel these dwarves. You were witnessed by Mr. Tapwalk. Mr. Tapwalk. You just don't make a ton of the good stuff, so Miller is shipped out. Fair enough. Sure, there's breweries of Heineken everywhere, but it's a Dutch brand. Yeah, no, I know where Heineken's from, obviously. You don't make it here? Okay. Because like I know that there's a lot of like random beers that are brewed in Milwaukee that are European brands. I also know that like there is a import brewery in Calgary that brews a lot of European labels that aren't actually imports because it's cheaper to just like sell the recipe and brew it locally. Also another example of this is there is a beer called Brio, B-R-I-O, which I buy sometimes, which is a very simple Pilsner. Like it's not fancy beer at all. I would say it's totally drinkable, but the cans are cheap and they're the 500 milliliter cans. And I will buy those sometimes when I just want to have beer around. And those are brewed in Calgary, even though the brand is from Iceland. Just as an example. It's the top one off the top of my head. I know that there is a brewery in Canada that brews Guinness. But if you want actual import Guinness, it costs like 5 times as much, so nobody actually buys it. But Guinness is terrible. Even the import stuff's bad. Lawnmower? See, here's also like my statement when I'm talking about boring beer. Boring beer does not equal bad beer. Bad beer is bad beer. Boring beer is just uninteresting. It's unremarkable, right? It's like perfectly passable, drinkable is what I will say about boring beer. I like plenty of boring beer. But just because something is boring does not necessarily mean that it's automatically bad. It's light and refreshing like lemonade. Sure. I mean, that's how I feel about a lot of plain pilsners. You don't know shit about beer, to be honest. You know, if alcoholism wasn't a problem, I would drink a lot more. But currently, most of my drinking has been whiskey because I'm firmly in whiskey season. I think for me, like, fall and winter are whiskey season. Spring and summer are beer season at this point. Although if I do drink beer in the winter, it's generally dark beer. Which usually I just buy locally brewed stuff. It's just better. You would prefer mead instead of beer since you haven't found any good beer in Europe yet? I'll tell you this, there is good beer from Europe. Absolutely. But it also depends on like what your flavor profile is, right? Like if you prefer sweeter drinks, then you need to be drinking sours or goses. If you're drinking like more fruity things, then you have to find stuff that's brewed with fruit, which you can find. If you want sweet drinks, yeah, mead's a way to go. But I would try and find brought mead if you can instead of fortified mead. Because fortified mead is like wine. It's like 15%. Brought mead's like a beer. You can actually just drink it.
Happy anniversary.
Thank you very much for the 35th month, Gleno. And Cardi with the 7th. Whiskey bourbon season like 365 days a year. I mean, I bought my first bottle of just plain-ass Buffalo Trace, and it's pretty decent.
Days a year.
Pretty decent. And then my neighbor gave me that bottle of Jura, which is very good, which I'm not drinking too quickly because I'm going to have some friends over soon and we're going to do a whiskey night. Should be nice. Lanix, thanks for gifting another subscription. Appreciate you. That's a hype train. Sleepy Moonmoth the Cook has created Lolumoral, an alabaster figurine of dwarves, and offers it to the ageless creation. Where's the legendary soup? In my fridge, soon to be in my stomach. This is an alabaster figurine of dwarves. All Crastor ship is of the highest quality. It is a masterfully designed image of dwarves in alabaster by Sleepy Moonmoth. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the confused streamer because there's a hype train. Thanks for the dollars from Elfie and Az, the $5 from Azcarde and $1 from Elfie. And the dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Firebolt by the ageless creation of the uncommon mansion in the early spring of 351. It is decorated with guava wood and encircled with bands of tower cap. This object is adorned with hanging rings of white jade and menaces with spikes of alabaster and a three-pointed star in tower cap. On the item is an image of 2 forgotten beasts in white jade. Also, chat, you guys want to know something kind of cool? What kind of soup is it? Yam and pumpkin. And squash. Butternut squash. Yes. It's a very good soup. Although it's purple because the yams I used were purple yams. So it's like purple. It looks kind of like purple baby food, but it's very delicious. I will tell you that. And also has like tons of garlic and other things in it. Anyway, you guys want to know something kind of fun? This is related to the hype train. So I get the money that you guys give me through Twitch and YouTube a month after you guys give it to me. So technically my paychecks are delayed by a month. So because of that, right now you guys are working on the paycheck for December, meaning when November finishes, I get to figure out how much I owe in taxes for this year. It's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be a lot. I'm kind of concerned. Sam Texagon, thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs. Appreciate you, dude. As for losing your last dwarf assigned to a labor and not being able to choose anyone that does this labor. Is there anything that I can do after losing your last dwarf that is assigned to a labor? So hold on a second. What do you mean by not being able to choose anyone? Nero. That's the question I need to ask you. What do you mean by not being able to choose anyone? Are you like opening up workshops and going to workers and trying to hit this? It's a button that says anyone can do this labor and it's grayed out. What labor is it? Are you talking about like hunters, woodcutters, or miners? Yeah, but what labor is it? No, which label is it? Labor is it? Which labor? Which job? Because you said that there's their last dwarf assigned to a labor and not being able to choose anyone for this labor. What labor is it? Because these three, you can't assign to everybody does this. Only selected do this. But if there's literally no dwarves left, then, like, your fort's dead. Miner, woodcutter, fisher, and hunters. So, for these dwarves, it should say only select to do this or nobody does this, right? You can't set it so that everybody does this. You have to manually click other dwarves to add them to those lists. Because a miner can't be a woodcutter and a woodcutter can't be a hunter. And for fisher dwarves, anybody can do that technically, but you have to assign them manually because if you don't do it that way, then literally all of your dwarves would be doing nothing but fishing 24/7. So the reason you can't set fisher dwarves to everybody does this is because dwarves are doing this. So you have to click on the job. So say for miners, click on the job and then go to the list of dwarves and click on a dwarf to do it. But then that is the only one of those three that they can do. So a miner can't be a woodcutter because they can't equip an axe and a pickaxe at the same time. Just like a miner can't be a hunter because they can't have a pickaxe and a crossbow equipped. So you don't set it to everybody does this. You just select more to add onto the list, assuming that this list is populated. If this list isn't populated, then there's something weird's going on. There's some shenanigans happening. But there should be dwarves on that list, and you should just be able to add new dwarves on. But yeah, that's a hype train on Twitch. Seeing that rooms reminds you of when you had to try to Guildhall thing for one artifact, and the dude ended up going insane. Yep. Sad. You assume that they would change tools? No. No, they do not. So you know how every now and again, I don't know if you've seen this, but every now and again there are people who are going around complaining that in Dwarf Fortress, they just have dwarves that are just running around constantly equipping things and then dropping them and then 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 equipping things and then dropping them. It's probably because they forced labors. It's usually the case. Because either they built a custom labor or they're trying to assign dwarves to be both woodcutters and pickaxes, or both in the military and then also being a woodcutter, because they need a specific set of clothes for that job to work. And that's it. And the reason you can't set your fisher dwarves to be everything is because fisher dwarves will just go nuts. Anyway, thank you very much for the hype train, chat. Appreciate you guys. You guys are very kind. For the bits, the gift subs, the more bits, the resubs. I think there was a resub in there. Yeah, the resubscription at the start. I'm out of the infinite loop. What you want about? The elves have asked us to only chop down 25 or 41 trees. Well, that's nice of them. They've given me a bigger allowance. Look at that. They must be really happy with me. Previously, it's always been 25. Time to clear out the forest? Nah, I don't actually need much wood. I only need wood for beds because there's so much coal on this map. There is so much coal, it is ridiculous, so. So they increased my allowance? Well, I mean, it's very nice of them. I want them to sell me unicorns, which is why I'm being nice to them. Because they keep showing up with unicorns dragging their livestock, so eventually they'll bring me unicorns, maybe. Burn the rest. I mean, or I could just, you know, focus on the actual goal of this fort, which is exterminating necromancy and not worry about the elvish friends. I got nothing against elves. Unlike chat's built-in prejudices, I've got nothing against elves. Elves are totally fine. Oh. Cool. How wooded is that place you're thinking of when you cut down like 7? Maybe that was because you started in Savage or something? What do you mean how wooded is it? Savage has nothing to do with density of trees. Wasn't there a mug to steal? I mean, that's something I need to find it in a very long list of artifacts, which I just haven't done yet. But a necromancer has a mug, yes. Your ruler has arrived with a full entourage. Your thriving site is now the capital. With continued fortune and toil, the legend of a true mountain home may yet be written. Mortal throw, yeah. Mortal throw, not murder throw. Exclamation point goal should find you that. All right. Who's the king? That's a pony. There's Ficod. King Ficod. He's incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, perhaps a bit foolhardily. He is a perfectionist and he rarely feels discouraged. He generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and he doesn't seek out excitement. He is stubborn and he tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He works to square this natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess, and he doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He's grateful when others help him out, and he is often cheerful. He can handle stress and occasionally overindulges, and is troubled by this since he values self-control. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally holds the maintenance of tradition as one of the highest ideals, and values self-control and doesn't care about nature one way or another. It is not the pet of the king. I can tell you that. Dying son is the cousin, which makes sense. Clayborn's a cousin. Tellan Arthos a nephew. Baby Fem's a niece. Lorbam's a niece. Their younger half-brother was here and died. So, that's unfortunate. Needs a royal throne room, obviously. It's a former general of the Uncommon Mansion. Interesting. So he was the general before he became the king? It's your quest. It'll happen eventually, Talon. It'll happen eventually. Why you no equip your armor, my guy? A chicken coop? That's unfortunate. Chickens stink. he spoke Coop. Okay, don't worry about it. Also, no, I'm not going to just kill this guy to try and make Tellin into a king, because I can tell you what'll happen. Some random person who is not on the map will get king, probably. So, I need to figure out where I'm putting the king's quarters. I'm assuming like right here, because bedroom needs to happen first. This is going to take a while to dig, though. As long as you're in line, you don't matter. Oh, that's good. You're happy to wait patiently. Well, that's what fan fiction's for, right? After the fortress is over, you can write your fan fiction about how you became the king of the faction after the king dies, of course. The goose stinks, not the chickens. I mean, there's a reason chicken shit's a slang term, right? Chickens do in fact stink. Most birds stink in general. Even like caged birds generally stink. Because turns out poop stinks and you can't really litter train a bird. Although if somebody has, I'm sure there's a video of it on YouTube. Dead kings will always smell like bitter almonds? What? Also, I mean, it's completely unrelated to anything, but I am in fact building the king's quarters directly beneath a lava, or rather, directly above a lava reservoir. So, I mean, that means nothing. Is that a cyanide joke? Probably. Well, it's certainly not a happiness joke. Oh, no, trust me, it's some wonderful geothermal heating. Like, frankly, I wish I had in-floor heating. This king gets in-floor heating. This king is very lucky. In fact, I was kind of planning on giving the king a fireplace. And by fireplace, I mean just like a hole in the ground with lava in it. Because I think that would be kind of cool looking. Cannibalism will never be legal in Dwarven society. Just gonna throw that out there. Because dwarves are ethically opposed to it. I realize YouTube's talking about some weird shit, but Elfie, you might want to introduce our YouTube friends to this thing called Dwarven ethics. However, if a Dwarven civilization was taken over by goblins, the ethics would be completely different. And I didn't even get to trade. What? That was fast. Shit. Got distracted by the king. God damn it. Put blocks and bars around. I was kind of thinking about doing something like that. I'm sure you'll approve. Just give me a moment. No, they shouldn't. Olive. You can say that. I will just simply respond with, no. No, mayors shouldn't be able to change the ethics of a fort. If you want to mod your game to do that, go nuts. But mayors shouldn't be allowed to do that. Parents have those water tubes that go through the floors and gets heated by a wood furnace in the wintertime. That's kind of odd. I'm jealous. I mean, no, that's kind of my plan here is I'm going to put copper in the walls and then dig 2 tiles out. That's the plan. Yeah, no, I mean that's why mayors would get unelected. Removed from power. You're full of bad ideas? Most of humanity is full of bad ideas, and that's why our species still exists. So, you know, it's not always for the worst. 2 slate there. Yeah, I think you asked that on the YouTube side of things, but I have no idea. Tarn wants feature brevity, so probably eventually. But shrug. You can modify the current graphics, but tile sets in the way they previously existed, I have no idea. Oops, that was walls. I wanted the floor button. You know what's funny? That was a feature. Wee-woo, or woo-wee. That was a feature in older versions of Dwarf Fortress, and it was removed because it was one of the things that people on the forums complained about the most. People were bothered by the fact that they had to pave floors to make them uniform color. So it was removed from the game because people complained about it. Yeah. If you go to version 47 and, like, look at floor tiles when you mine out an area, apparently that was a feature people complained about. I never once complained about it. I loved that feature. I thought that was a great feature. So this is what happens when you listen to feedback. Is the game gets worse. So, you know. Don't ever listen to feedback is what I'm saying. Also, can I just ask a question? Why the fuck are you guys so goddamn fetishistic about, like, cannibalism? It's just like, DF could benefit from an active culture system. Like, evil, neutral, or good dwarves could have things, right? And then it's just saying, I'm just saying, cannibalism, and then literally the first thought you go to is maybe brawls or cannibalism could be legal. Why is it always cannibalism? Why cannibalism? Why can't we just have, like, a really weird dwarven mayor that's like, alcohol's legal? Like, that would be, like, an interesting, like, discussion to have. Like, a weird cult that, like, refuses to drink alcohol. Could be interesting. But cannibalism? Fucking stop playing RimWorld. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm mostly joking here, but Jesus, people. Well, they're so fucking weird. Dwarves are 70% booze, yep. Mm-hmm. I mean, many people in the world don't drink water. We call them people from Kansas. They drink Coca-Cola, not water. So, you know, that happens in real life too. It's horrible for you and disgusting. And genuinely, I worry about those people. But, mayor makes pineapples illegal. Exactly. Anyway, fucking stop it with the cannibalism, you goddamn strange people. You could not think how that would look? What? Tarn's ASCII faces? Literally just go to Google and type in... I'm actually no. Here. I'll just show you the footage that I put into the interview. I'll just do that. That's the easiest way to do this, actually. Star Zoo. Yeah, here it is. Probably can't handle that. Well, I mean, if you're too busy thinking about like cannibalism, for sure. Those are Tarn's ASCII faces. So I'm just saying we need Tarn's ASCII faces. I think Tarn should take the extra 3 days it would take for him to put ASCII faces into Classic. He should take the time and do that. If it takes him a week, I don't care. Like, honestly, we need ASCII faces in, like, you know. Start Page is not a bad search engine, but God, there's like no good search engines left. I think that's what ASCII and Dwarf Fortress should do, is take you back to the glory days of dial-up BBS. Like, that's genuinely what it should do. Like, that, to me, that is Dwarf Fortress working as intended. It's like, yeah, like, so some graphics is nice, so that some people don't complain. But, like, once we have the some graphics, which we do have, we have some graphics. We have plenty of graphics, even. We don't really need more. But the ASCII variant needs to bring that feeling back. What is the best thing to do with gypsum? You grind it down and you make it into powder, which is then used for casts in the hospitals. ASCII is like playing a book. Pretty sure Zork is like playing a book, but sure. Also, wait, what? Your dwarf got murdered, by the way. If I only get far with Engineer and Roar redo... Wait, what? What? I don't understand why you're asking to redo. What? Was it a decent death? You died because another dwarf tantrumed and beat you to death with a hatchet. This is not Firebolt. It doesn't say Firebolt at the top of the screen, and I think you're still alive? Yes, you are still alive. You are watching a dance currently, and I've got a ghost. It was haunting the fortress, apparently. You were talking about the... No, I know that you're talking about the remake of Risk of Rain, but your question was this. Where was your question exactly? Blind, am I a scrub if I only get far with am I a scrub if I only get far with the engineer in Roar? Why are you asking me if you're a scrub? Also, what's wrong with engineer? Are you implying engineer is like an easy character to play or something? Because no? What? I don't understand. Why are you asking me this? I'm also not good at Risk of Rain Returns, so don't ask me. Jupiter Hell is not Risk of Rain Returns. Those are very different games. Not even tangentially related. Where did Jupiter... How did you get Jupiter Hell out of that question? I guess because they both have a class called Engineer, but like, what? Yeah, it says the name of the fort up there. I sometimes like to point people out on that and be like, you know the name's right there, but sometimes people are like watching on phones or on audio only or like tabbed out or something. If you're playing a good video game, you're not a scrub. If you're playing Fortnite and you're above the age of 17, you're probably a scrub. Is Fortnite rated M? What is Fortnite rated? I've never looked. I'm genuinely like looking this up. What is it rated on the ESRB? It's not rated. Fortnite is unrated. It has a 12 plus based on 1,002 parent reviews, and parent reviews on this parent reviews aggregate website give it 3 out of 5, saying it's not a bad game, but it makes their children mad after skimming these reviews. So that's interesting. Anyway, I didn't realize that there was a website that exists for parents to review sites that their kids play. Peggy 12. That's not a real rating system. Anyway, Fortnite can be fun with a group of friends. Yes, but if you're playing Fortnite and you're above the age of like child, you might be a scrub. You kind of miss the old PUBG days? Yeah, I don't know. Not my kind of game. Just saying, PUBG is a game for children. We're talking about whether or not somebody is a scrub, and if you're taking anything I'm saying seriously right now, touch some frickin' grass or something. I don't know. I should grow grass in my closet so I can go touch grass when people tell me to touch grass. Should do that. It's easy to grow. I should do that. That or I should grow catnip and then dehydrate it and give it to my little sister for Christmas. I thought it was Heighted Bathtub Simulator. Maybe I was watching the wrong streams. I know what Peggy is. I'm just throwing shade for no reason. Don't mind me. If you start correcting things that I say because I say dumb thing out of context, it's probably because it's my weird sense of humor. Don't mind me. I'm well aware of what Peggy ratings are, but to me, Peggy is not a real rating system, and also neither is the ESRB. So don't mind me too much. Is it actually? Then how come it like told me it was unrated when I Googled it on their and looked at their website? ESRB has very good website, clearly. But yeah, that checks out. All right, so if you're playing Fortnite and you're above the age of like 17, you're probably a scrub. Canada's rating system is weird. Canada doesn't have a video game rating system. So we're going to try and raise and openly destroy a Necromancer Tower. There's a scary amount of goblins. Any amount of goblins outside your fort is kind of scary. I feel like you guys have watched way more King of the Hill than me. Fortnite Battle Royale is dead and has been dead for a while, but I ended up on the Fortnite Battle Royale page. It's just Fortnite now. People who try and like Fortnite Save the World and Fortnite Battle Royale are like, it's dead branding these days. It's just Fortnite. You should tune in more. Yeah! Or we're slapping the bears? What? I am confused by that statement, but... All right, Kingy, do you like your bedroom? Not enough yet. Okay, gotta make your bedroom nicer. We'll make bedroom nicer. Oh, poking necromancers. Got it. I mean, I've destroyed like 9 or 10 necromancer towers now or something. I'm destroying every necromancer tower, and then we're going to steal all of the books from every necromancer tower. Who owns your local fish store had a giant embu puffer fish named Hank and the other one named Ladybird? Okay. Does the fish sell propane and propane accessories? That'd be a strange career choice for a fish. There also used to be a corner store locally to me called Fortnite, but they closed like maybe 5 or 6 years before Fortnite opened up, and it was spelled the same way Fortnite is spelled. There now is like a convenience store called Day and Night, spelled N-I-T-E, but it no longer has the Fortnite name. Although it genuinely bothers me that Fortnite is spelled N-I-T-E. Genuinely bothers me. King still ain't happy with bedroom. I can hit buttons. Maces, okay. Quivers, okay. X-bolt of bolts is prohibited, all right. I don't think I have any silver. Let's just make a iron mace. Just a single one. Still not high enough value. Okay, we will engrave all these. Engrave this back wall. I'm starting to think we have a problem. Am I not making coal? I think I'm just going to do it this way. Wait, what? Thank you very much for the 19th month. Welcome back. Also, thanks for all the follows, by the way. Got quite a few follows today. 10 years of streaming, yes, Ricklebert. And for some of you who are old, who've been here for too long, we're going to be streaming some Roller Coaster Tycoon in a bit here. Just for old time's sake. And then maybe after that, we'll play some more Risk of Rain 2. Fabulous Blade is returned. Pillage attempt. Forced it and found nothing. Oh god, I keep accidentally looting books from them. Searched, found nothing, and then destroyed it. Alright, well there goes another one. Once again, I have to keep an eye. Make sure nobody's turning into necromancers. Nine. I'll go read the new books we're fine. Concerning the author. Because I generally just go read whatever the new ones are, which makes sense. The wise laugh. That seems fine. There's no particular subject. It's considered as the concerns the creation of a wizard's guide to Kosoth. Well, Tower of the Truth concerns the tower. But you has no particular subject. Question the Resurrection concerns the return of the elf Lost Slayer from the dead in the year 92. Okay. I don't know if I don't think they can become necromancers, but if a necromancer dies, it can become an intelligent undead. And they keep their necromancer powers. I call those liches in my headcanon, but they're technically still just necromancers. But in my headcanon, I call them liches, and I usually rename them to liches. Basically just like better necromancers. You know, it's funny. A lot of people insist that elves are just like cannibals who will just eat things with no remorse for no reason. It's very strictly not true. They only eat things that they've killed in battle. It's like the only things that they can, the only living creatures that they consume are creatures that have been killed in battle, which is like, okay, sure. It's very similar to many human cultures of the past. They're religious ceremonial cannibals. It's like an honor thing, basically. Lures ever onward. Let's see, have I gained any more necromancers? Nope. Okay, I think we should be fine. All right, so we've destroyed another tower. Let's move south. There's this one. There's this one. And there's this one, which I am allied with because it's owned by the humans. So we're gonna have to go to war with the humans at some point. So we're just gonna attempt to raise. I'm just gonna send these two squads. We're gonna attempt to raise. Good luck, dwarves. But yeah, I really like the ethics chart, mostly because there's like all these perfectly normal things like lying and whatnot. And then there's just like kobolds, which don't understand anything. So there's just like, lying is not applicable to kobolds because kobolds don't know what a lying is. Which I like. I find that very amusing. It entertains me, shall we say. I need a pedestal. Make 10 rock pedestals. And I think that the king is going to get this sword. Polarsis. Because this sword is the one that the crazy... It's going to be unforbidden because these are not artifacts that the crazy Cyclops brought in. Also explains why that dwarf didn't have armor. Help. Icky Snakey can have their thing thrown out, and then that can... I was going to say that can go away too, but... So you can kill them if if they make too much mess. You know you can kill intelligent undead too, right? Also, Disco, it's good to see you. Hello. How are you? It's almost sandwich o'clock for me, I think. Should keep the game paused. Yeah, it's burger o'clock. Ooh, that's a good o'clock. Tonight's gonna be make my own homemade tofu o'clock, because I made homemade tofu a couple days ago, and it was really good, so I'm making more homemade tofu. Making lentil tofu, very tasty. I recommend making your own tofu. It's way cheaper and tastes way better. Gonna put soy sauce in it? Sounds all right. For me, I would just put maybe a bit of broccoli and some onions. Just look up red lentil tofu. Very simple, actually. Literally, it's just you don't use canned, you use dried. Put dried lentils in container with like 2 times the water. Let it sit for like 8 hours, and then you blend it, and then you put it in a pan with water, and then you boil it down until it turns into like a mashed potato texture, and then you put it in a container and you put it in the fridge for about an hour. It's literally it. It's very simple. I think I add some salt. You add like a pinch of salt. That's it. Very simple. And then you can just like fry it or do whatever you want with it. So I haven't made a split pea soup in years. My mom used to always make split pea soup on Halloween. It was kind of like a weird family tradition we had growing up. I've made it a couple of times since becoming an adult, but we used to always have it on Halloween, and my mom would call it witch's brew, and she would take sausage and cut it in the shape of fingers, and so we would have witch's brew with fingers and eyeballs, which were just chickpeas. Just very good. Very good. Also, because this is a dad joke safe zone, I have to ask you a very important question, chat. What's the difference between mashed potatoes and pea soup? What's the difference between mashed potatoes and pea soup? You can mash potatoes, but you can't pea soup. All right, let's get back to the dwarfing because the ads are done. So this over here, I'm going to put a pedestal back here. And that sword is going to go on that. Just need that pedestal to be put in there. That's like up there when I get naked in my bathroom, my shower gets turned on. It's up there with that. Levels of dumb. But I like that one at the classic. Wait, you missed it? You can mash potatoes, but you can't pea soup. So now I'm going to pause the game, go over here, and I'm going to unforbid this legendary sword. This is going to go into the king's bedroom. Why are all those artifacts forbidden outdoors? Because it was brought here by a very, 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 very angry Cyclops. Which is why they're all forbidden in outdoors. So that'll probably make the king's bedroom valuable enough. Now I need to make the king a dining room. So these are all offices. I could put the throne room down here. I fully was not really planning on having the king in this fort, so I'm a little bit thrown off. So I kind of want it to be accessible and close to the bedroom. I could just construct a thing out here. Throne off? Yeah, I see what you did there. Nice. You missed me getting the king? Well, that's a shame. Because these are all offices, and then all of the dining halls. Well, one of them's there. Most of the dining halls are there. King just came in unannounced. That tends to be what happens, honestly. King shows up. Are we doing the colonizing? I'm here to be your monarchy. All right, so could put it over here. That could be a good spot. Could also go higher up. Inherits throne. Yeah, that happens too. It's a bad time when that happens, though. All right, I think I want to put it on the level with the library. Question is where. King is here. Hi, King. How are you? I mean, it's good to see you, King. I hope you've been well. King, do you worship a particular god? There's our king, the Space Disco Fox. You do have a point. You are, in fact, here. He's incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, perhaps a bit foolhardily. He is a perfectionist, and he rarely feels discouraged. He doesn't seek out excitement, and he is stubborn, and he tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind, and he tries to return favors, and he is often cheerful, and he can handle stress. He occasionally overindulges, and he is troubled by this because he values self-control. He becomes very rigid when he's angry and needs alcohol to get through the working day. King shows up unannounced, takes throne. Personally holds the maintenance of tradition as one of the highest ideals. What's your tradition that we should maintenance, King? And doesn't care about nature one way or another. You like iron, moss agate, and moose antler. Jute fabric and bolts, and the words of the poem of lessons. And the sound of the velvet of embracing. So that's why you showed up. It's because the fort's called Firebolt. Well, good to know. Your wife is named Unib. And you didn't bring her with. So. So hold on. I was actually going to check what god you worship. Assuming you worship a god. You don't worship a god. Any god. Well, then you won't mind being right next to this church, I'm sure. Also, chat, I'm going to show you guys a cool building technique that you may or may not know. I was kind of expecting him to not worship Ava's Crest Gold because literally nobody in the fortress currently worships Ava's Crest Gold. Which is a bloody shame. Avos is the chinchilla god, yeah. Dusty be his pelt. But literally no dwarves in the entire fortress worship the chinchilla god. Like, there's a god that's also a chinchilla. How do you not worship this god? Like, I would go to church if God was a chinchilla. Can we lock them in the temple until they do worship God? They cannot. Okay, so if a dwarf worships a god, a dwarf can join a religion. But if a dwarf doesn't worship any gods, they cannot gain gods to worship. If that makes any sense. Ida and the planter has been found dead. Thank Christ. It's about friggin' time. Rest in peace. You won't be missed. Stupid, stupid dwarf. This dwarf has been tantruming for weeks. Finally, they've left us. Can be at peace at last. We'll get to find out if they get put in a tomb or not. Dwarves typically worship gods of their parents. Yep. Ah, well, that's cool. I tantrumed year-round and killed 3 other dwarves. It was a good for the rest of the fort, sadly. Yeah, it's tough with the kids, because you can't even put them in prisons, which often make them happier. Chat room, the YouTube chat keeps clicking the little heart button, which is making, like, emoji fly across the screen. Can we get a round of beers to one them up? And thank you, Deketh. Means a lot, dude. It's been a wild decade, I'll say that much. I've been streaming longer than most people. That much is true. Good DF hack command. Burial. Automatically makes all the tombs into tombs. Mass grave? No, it's a crypt. Mass grave has all kinds of negative associations. That, or I could actually make I can make this into the king's dining room. Chat, what do you think? Is this an acceptable king's dining room? I'd put a roof on it, but like, I kind of just built this building and then did nothing with it. Felt weird and stopped. Yeah, well. I will say this, streaming isn't for everybody. Not everybody should stream. And the majority of people who do stream should only ever do it as a hobby. It's not an easy job. It's not an easy life. I would almost say in a lot of ways the downsides outweigh the benefits. It's a private business as a private contractor or as a independent contractor, which means you get no rights, you get no health care, which in some countries is shitty. And you're kind of operating at the whims of the corporation of your choice. which is not the best way to live in a lot of cases. Human caravan has arrived, and they're... What? Did I forget to open the gate again? No, I didn't. All right, I really need to go through and, like, make this place wagon accessible. You haven't caught a stream in a while? Well, welcome. It's good to see you, Aced. That is not the tool I wanted to use. No healthcare would kill you, quite literally. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I love the job that I have. I wouldn't trade it for anything. But I could have gone to university and gotten a degree and a career in less time and would probably be making quite a bit more money if I'd not done this. It's kind of like, well, I mean, if you go and ask children, right now it's one of the most wanted jobs in the world, right? It's like basically like the late millennial / Zoomer equivalent of wanting to be a rock star for a living, which many kids still do. Your 14-year-old wants to. How are the taxes in Canada? You know, I don't want to talk to you about taxes. You can Google how the taxes are in Canada if you want, because this always starts shitty conversations where people are just weird about taxes. So you can just Google it yourself if you care. You don't think the kids... No, kids see this part where you play video games and that's it. And they assume that that's all of it. Which, fair. It's a fair assumption. So this dining hall is going to be assigned to the king. But no, it's all good. I don't really want to talk about taxes. Mostly because I don't like the way my chat acts when I talk about taxes, so... Nip that one in the bud before it starts. I mean, if you want me to start talking smack about religion, we can have great conversation outcomes with that one. But, like, I know exactly how the conversation's going to go. As a CPA, can we please not talk about... I thought you were a nice blend of whiskey. Or a nice blend of scotch. Can we please not talk about religion? Well, I mean, religion is some of the most interesting human lore ever written. I mean, like any fiction, it's quite interesting, and you can learn a lot of lessons from it. One of my favorite pieces of feedback I ever received from my stream, Piranha, is... I can't watch Blind's streams. I love Blind's content. His videos are great. His streams are entertaining, but I cannot support him financially or subscribe or do anything but dislike all of his videos because of his borderline problematic and dangerous takes on religion. Which... I genuinely think is hysterical. So, you know. To which I have to say, I was raised extraordinarily Lutheran. I know too much about Christianity. Having read the Bible and the Quran, I think I can give you some nuanced takes. And what I have to say is, all that shit's made up. And went question marks? Pretty much, yeah. Well, most of that shit's made up. Some of it's historical fact, but... Although in that particular stream, I think the quote that actually upset the person was, I don't think it's smart to use an ancient piece of fiction as your source of knowledge for sex ed. I'm pretty sure they were, like, rolling in poop at the time and probably, like, you know, didn't have the greatest cleanliness. Thank you very much for checking out a 10-pack of gift subs, I Slay Smoke. Cheers, dude. Put that in the whiskey fund. I'm literally swapping out the type of stone so this matches. That's literally all I'm doing. Let's go up here. Gypsum. Oh yeah, speaking of good takes, which is also why I give a couple dollars a year, like generally $20 or so, to the Satanic Temple. Gotta support their ritual abortions. Be cool if Christians practice Christ's teachings. You wish that I could call myself one, but I can't associate with what it's become. Yeah, no, I agree. Lucas J. Fox, that is a lot of subscription in advance. Thank you very much for the 6 months advance subscription. Jesus Christ. And Wild Peak, thank you very much for the $1.69. Appreciate you, dude. I didn't bother getting one, but I've given them enough money to get one. I got a thank you note. They want me to make bolts. Well, I need to make bolts anyways, so. And you're still laughing? Although, here's the thing I will tell you about the Bible. At some point, when I either am too drunk to realize I've done it, or it's on sale, I'm going to buy in 100% the Bible on Steam because it has achievements, including quizzes. That's a meme. It has quizzes and achievements for reading every one of the books, and I'm going to buy in 100% the Bible on Steam. Unironically, I just want to do that. And then I want to feature it as my favorite game on Steam. For no reason other than just pure irony. But yeah.
I support all hot takes on religion.
It's a great source of entertainment.
When Judas rode a velociraptor to the Final Supper, because this fanfiction has too many timeline plot holes. Crypt beer.
Should stream it. 100%ing the Bible. All right, well, I know what I'm doing for April Fool's Day. But the joke's going to be I'm actually going to do it. Which Bible version, though? The only one. See, the Bible. It's on Steam. It's the Bible. I think that actually just answered that question. I think it's multiple versions, in fact. Huh. I love how quality these screenshots are. I guess it has windowed mode. They just fork it and make changes. Wow. Thank you for that. What do the Bible and Linux have in common is what I'm going to ask people from now on. It's what happens when you open source history. Okay, so my last attempt to raise Defenders were led by the human necromancer Suthriel. The dwarf Messos outmatched the human necromancer. We took out a dwarf bleak slayer, or Eurus did. An elf bleak slayer was killed by Rupert. The human necromancer was killed by Bingliod. The elf bleak slayer was Ethma was struck down. Dwarf bleak slayer Lorbam was struck down. All right, let's go hit another one. They also clashed with 57 something or another's. We're now at war with these guys. And we're going to go hit them again. We're going to attempt to raise. We're not going to steal any books. They do have a lot of zombies there, though, so that's going to take a little bit, probably. You're going to have to 100% 500,000 Bible versions. Don't worry about it. There are so many settlements. I'm only going after the Necromancer Towers. And you thought Arch users were vocal? I mean, I'm not going to, like, compare the preachiness of, like, Arch Linux users to, like, active Christians. That's just not a fair contest. Like, genuinely, that is just not a fair contest. I know somebody who recently realized he was technically a Debian contributor because he reported a bug that got fixed. And he's just like, well, life's complete. So. Arch users are way more zealous. Conversation. I didn't think we'd be talking about the comparisons between, like, you know, Linux users and religion, but, you know, here we are. Why are you a former Arch Linux user? How did you get clean? I tried using Arch. It was too confusing for me, so I legitimately just went back to using Ubuntu when I was using Linux on an old laptop years ago. Ubuntu just made sense to my dumb brain at the time. Arch did not. It's hard to report bugs in the Bible. You used to get hung for that. Wow. Huh. The best part about this are the people that are just unironically now talking about Linux. Anyway, this dwarf, Monia, is in prison, but is now in a strange mood. Did you know the dwarves that were actively in prison could end up in strange moods? Because I didn't know that. And I guess I know that now. How long have you been in prison for, and how much longer are you going to be in prison? And are you going to go insane first? No sentence pending, violation of production order. So, someone needs to come release you because you are done with your sentence. Here, have a chain on your neck for the rest of your life. I mean, Gabe Newell is doing his damnedest to write the New Testament of, like, the Linux Bible, so I totally forgot to actually trade with these humans. How in the world do I literally only have one steel bolt? What? Oh, probably because it's all in bins. We'll see if I'm actually able to trade. You accidentally took a face cloth from the Airbnb? The, one in Vegas? How? What? Well, I mean, just collateral damage. Don't tell them. Why, did Sui just reach out to you or something? Or did you just find it in your stuff? You found it in your bag? Well, I mean, congratulations. You got a free face cloth. I mean, I don't know. They brought us a lot of bars, so I will buy those. I will buy the books and the paper. I will buy the altar. I will buy the history of the forest. They brought us a ladle. How kind of them. I'm going to buy the cauldron and the ladle. They have absolutely no and the carving fork. They have absolutely no purpose in fortress mode, but I will buy them. I have a reason for this because I think it'll be kind of cool aesthetically. We'll buy the cheese because I'm too lazy to make it myself. I will continue scrolling up. I think I will buy all of this thread. Buy the fish. Buy those gems, why not? I'm gonna buy those bolts. I'm lazy. And that'll be fine. Thank you, humans. All right, I just gave them a ton of value, but that's all. That's all good. Happy 10 years old, all those old Rimworld days with 10 people, now boom. It was more the Roller Coaster Tycoon days with 10 people. Rimworld picked up pretty quick. They're reaching out to Sui just in case. I think we're fine, or I would have heard something. Some migrants have arrived. Chat room. If you would like a weird, possibly bald, maybe bearded, crazy person who's gonna eventually tantrum and murder a bunch of people, if you would like to be one of those and you don't already have one of those, many of you already have one of those, say pick me. Night Dweller, thank you very much for gifting a subscription. Appreciate you. Today's been kind of crazy. You guys have been very kind. Thank you so much for all of your generosity and the dumb amounts of gifted subs and everything. Somebody even gifted memberships on the YouTube side of things. That's how you know shit's crazy today. Or diff. Careful, chat. If you say pick me, if you don't say pick me, Ordith will not happen. I'm trying to pun your name. It's not working. She cannot tolerate differences in culture, lifestyle, or appearance. Wow, you must be a Twitch chat member who doesn't like elves. She is greatly moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this, as she dislikes the natural world. You definitely hate elves. Is very friendly and always tries to say nice things to others. Bullshit! And prefers to present herself modestly and tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things, is quick to anger and doesn't focus on material goods, often acts with compassion and has an active sense of humor, and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding and is quite polite. She doesn't mind a little tumult in Discord and day-to-day living. So, chat room, Ordith, this is not a personal attack against you. I swear, you are a fine human being. I'm willing to bet. This dwarf, on the other hand, is the like the family member that comes over for the holidays that very loudly, after having way too much beer, says, "I'm not racist, but," and then like starts saying some really, really racist shit. That's this dwarf. That's very much this dwarf. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally doesn't value loyalty and doesn't care about friendship. Definitely that dwarf. Is a talented gem cutter. Is a member of the Sect of Truths. I do not trust this dwarf in the slightest. What gods do you worship, if any? Okay, you worship Enthep Rushnan. Also, out of curiosity, I want to know what Enthep Rushnan is, so hold on. Unless I scrolled past you. Must have scrolled past you. I'm sorry? What was the name of the deity? E-N. We'll just search. Banish him? No! Why? Is this a dwarf? This is a weird oddball. Huh. Alright, so you worship a deity who isn't listed. Unless I'm crazy. Well, we'll let her go. Next up. Just confirming. We finally found somebody who worships the chinchilla. Finally. Finally! Isn't related to the king. Well, that's a shame. Otherwise, I would have gone on a quest to, like, remove the king. Alright, who gets to be the lucky dwarf who actually worships the chinchilla? Is it bad that I kind of want to unname Elfie Bean's dwarf and name this dwarf Elfie Bean? Because, like, that's me. I'm not a lady, mate. Because Elfie did draw it. All right, Elfie, I'm undwarfing your other dwarf and redwarfing you as this dwarf. Although that's Elfie 3. We'll just name this one Elfie Bean. Bean. Actually, let's see. Maybe there is other people worshipping Avus. Let's find out. There's actually 2 worshippers in the fort of Avus Crestgold currently. She cuts any corners possible when working on projects, regardless of the consequences, rather than wasting effort or resources. She is an overbearing personality and is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and is conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She does not often feel lustful, and she is stubborn, and she finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, though she wishes this were not the case, as she considers altruism foolish. She is not inherently... considers altruism foolish, and she is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. She only forms tenuous emotional bonds with others, and she is generally quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and she tends to present herself modestly, and she tends to not reveal any personal information. She is quick to form negative views about things and occasionally overindulges, and does not need alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a craft or work someday, mastering a skill. Personally values eloquence and respects power, and sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish. The next dwarf here is a twapper who has a pet chinchilla, or sorry, a pet cavy pup and a pet keet, and worships the Inthap god. Rolling nosy way up. This is Patronus Caldus. Patronus Caldus. Personal waterfalls? That sounds like effort. They already have a temple dedicated to their god. Okay, that's more than enough. She does not find most jokes humorous and has an overinflated sense of self-worth. Okay, maybe this one is me, actually. Does not mind wearing something special now and again. Is quite ambitious and does not go out of her way to help others. She tends to avoid crowds and generally finds herself to be quite helpful about the future and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity and is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation and is curious and eager to learn and is a friendly individual and she scratches her ear when she's trying to remember something. When she's thinking hard, she has a habit of licking her lips and needs alcohol to get through the working day. She personally sees the competition as wasteful and silly and respects power. And that's the dwarf. There's your cavey, your guinea pig. And I think that's everybody. Can anything bad come from worshiping some gods? You keep getting requests to make a church for the god of suicide in your current fort, and it has like 60 followers and you don't want to make it? Not really, no. So the way, like, the thing with gods is the gods that dwarves worship is based on the gods that their parents worshipped. And can that impact the game? Yes, but not outside of world gen. In what are they going to do if you don't make it? They're going to get mad. So your mood will go down. In world gen, it impacts the choices that leaders have, and certain religions, if they're popular enough, can cause religious persecution in Legends mode, which means groups of people can get kicked out of factions, and groups of people can get basically persecuted for worshiping a certain god. However, that doesn't do anything in Fortress mode. Optimus, thank you much. Appreciate you. So, can anything bad come from gods? Yes, but not in Fortress mode. You can also witness the like religious persecution happening in real time in adventure mode. Like there was a time when I was playing adventure mode and I wandered into a town, right? And while I was in that town, an army showed up, and that army just started killing a bunch of dwarves, and I couldn't figure out what was going on at the time, and eventually I ended up dying in the fighting. And then I went and looked in Legends mode, and what was actually happening was a religion that faction followed was killing everybody who worshipped a different religion, basically. So that kind of stuff can happen in under the hood, but you won't see that happening in Fortress mode. So, but that sort of stuff can happen in Legends and in World Gen, and you can witness that sort of stuff happening in, adventure mode, which is kind of crazy. See, like, when the YouTube chat was talking about dwarves being allowed to be evil, that's the kind of stuff I'd want to see happening in Fortress mode. I wouldn't want, like, oh, now, like, I don't know, fucking cannibalism is legal or something. Come on. Let's be realistic for a second here. If we're gonna, like, allow dwarves to be evil and commit atrocities, let's at least make it interesting. I'm going to do some snipping because I don't need piles of donkeys and animals breeding. Okay, so searching doesn't work in this screen. That's interesting. Where is King? I'm going to assign the war rhinos to my king. I mean, yeah, the player could do it. But that would just make the player a bad person, and that sucks. King's bedroom ain't big enough. Well, fine then. I will embiggen the king's bedroom then. And give you iron floors.
10 years. Damn, that's a long time. I hardly remember what I did last week.
I mean, same. Actually, that's not true. I edited a couple videos last week. Those went up on the YouTube channel. That was good. What else did I do last week? I made soup. I technically built an indoor growing setup for, you know, growing lettuce inside. I don't know. I think that like stuff like that could be interesting in a the dwarves are making you do it kind of sense. I don't think the player should have control over mechanics like that. Because what that would do is it would make... Okay, so I think community in games is important. Right? So when I say community in games, I mean the community around a game is important and something that should be protected. And I think that if you allow for mechanics that allow the player to be a terrible person, it attracts shitty people to your video game. But I think it's neat to have adversaries within your own fort, which is why I'm very excited for the villains update for Dwarf Fortress, which is either going to come partially alongside of adventure mode or be after adventure mode, because I think allowing villains to end up in your fortress is a really cool concept. Just like I want there to be, I want goblins to be able to infiltrate your fortress fully and then cause your dwarves to have a coup against you. And Tarn has talked before about like being kind of unsure as whether or not he wants that to mean, oh, okay, so there's a coup, right? Does the player get to keep playing, or is that a lost state? I think it's much more interesting if that isn't a lost state, and then suddenly you lose control over a portion of your dwarves and have to try and reverse the coup. I think that's much more interesting. You want petty crimes in your forts? That already exists. What? What do you think this is? This is petty crimes. Petty crimes. Violence is petty crime. Or do you mean you want more variety of petty crimes? The EVE Online community are wonderful people. I'm sure they are wonderful people in person. But online interactions are the majority of how people interact with the community. Yeah, but then you have to live in Alberta, which is the worst part of that. Sorry, throwing shade at Alberta. You want them to steal each other's shits. I know what you mean to say with that, but man, that reads weird. Alberta deserves it, though? I don't think anybody deserves to live in Alberta. I mean, they don't have enough of it. So, there's layers to that joke. That doesn't seem like a lost state because you're not playing as the mayor. Yeah, exactly. Basically. Basically, like, you lose a mayor and then goblin leaders show up or whatever. Also, like, according to goblin law, murder is a personal matter and thus legal. So... I would be very interested to see what would happen in a fortress where suddenly murder isn't a crime. Actually, you know what would actually happen if that was a thing? If, like, half the things you guys are suggesting in chat was a thing, players would just Alt F4 whenever it happened. And then complain that it was a not fun feature is probably what would actually happen. If I had to bet. That's probably what would actually end up happening. People would just complain about it. I mean, like, people complain when your nobles tell you to make bolts. Right? Like, people already complain about fun mechanics like that. I'm one of those weird people who actually likes those mechanics. Speaking of, we're still having a hard time producing steel. What's going on? What am I short on? Why are my steel bars failing? Don't have enough bars. Yes, I get it. But why don't I have enough bars? I did have enough bars. I might just need more lux. That or I'm just literally not making them fast enough. Do you actually have to listen to your nobles? Yes. If you want your fortress to be happy. Okay, hold on. So if I pump this up to the top. Okay, so I'm literally just not making steel fast enough, I think is the actual problem here. I'm pretty sure that's the problem here. I'm just quite literally not making steel fast enough. If when items get shipped out, yes, they get thrown into the void for some items. But if you want to make stuff for an adventurer to get, your best bet is to actually make like an armory in your fortress. That would actually be your best bet, is make a really large armory. All right, I need to expand this. This needs to be expanded. So the question is, what direction do I expand it? Or do I even do it on this level? I might actually just go up here and expand it up here. Yeah, so the problem that I have right now is I have too many... I have too many of these. I have too many forges and not enough smelters. The issue that I'm running into. Well, let's just do this initially. Let's go... Magma smelter? A smelter? Magma smelter. Building is present. Be careful about where I put this Hit an adventurer with Addy once. Yeah, no, I mean, you just need to have it available in the fortress and then go get it. Really. That's all that you actually need to do. I'm going to expand this way. You have a naked babbling dwarf running around your tavern that refuses to drink and you don't know why. They've gone insane. They're going to die eventually. They will starve to death. There's nothing you can do. If dwarfs running around babbling, they've gone insane. Means they either failed an artifact or something very traumatic has happened to them repeatedly and they've gone nuts. That's all, quite literally. And there's nothing you can do about it as the player. If you let a dwarf get that far gone, they're just gone. Dwarf dead. Or a very imperial design aesthetic. I quite like it. I think this fortress looks really cool, actually. Right now, chat, here's a question. Do you think anybody's going to randomly get burned in this? I'm sure this will be fine. What could possibly go wrong? There's definitely a ton of dwarves running through here. Well, rest in peace, bomb wreck. Yep. Right, well. Or just stop it. Or if you're stressing me out. Okay. Phew. I think we're good. Just bomb wreck? Just bomb wreck. Okay, sweet. Now, the better question is, why didn't your clothing burn? All right, well, don't worry about it. Dwarves find a way into the lava. Okay, well, that just happened. And that should speed things up quite a bit. Hopefully. So they don't fall in? I mean, I could put lots of things above the lava, but where's the fun in that? Also, they don't generally fall into lava. They only fall into lava if something pushes them into the lava. And at that point, let them fucking fall in the lava. That's badass and hysterical, so, like... I mean, yeah, there's like a million ways I could make this significantly safer, but that's no fun. I like having fun, and I like my fun to be goofy. All right, so here, this is going to be a fork. This is going to be a ladle. This is going to be a cauldron. And I don't know, we'll put a fancy gem on this one. Sure, we'll put a sapphire. And now we're in ads. We'll wait. Yeah, he tried to walk through, he tried to skip through the channel to get to the other side, exactly. Just remember, dwarves don't actually get any negative thoughts about being on fire. They do, however, get negative thoughts about inhaling smoke. Dwarves don't actually mind being on fire. So thus, it's not mean to set your dwarves on fire, because they get no negative thoughts about it. It is, however, mean to make them inhale smoke. So if you're going to set them on fire, at least to set them on fire outside. You could, like, not build a fortress around a volcano. That would be way safer. Unless... Lava isn't dangerous. Water is dangerous. The open water channels are significantly more dangerous than the lava. And you can disagree with me all you want, but it's just not true. For an uninvited visit? Ooh, did you catch it? Did you kill it? Was it exciting, or did it literally just show up? Or are you looking for tips? Celistaris, hello. It's good to see you.
This is madness!
Madness?
This is
Stopping by for a bit before band. Welcome back from work. Yeet. Hope work was good. Hopefully band is going to be good. I have high hopes for your round of band. Just don't get banned, okay? That would be bad. You'd be like the person in chat earlier. You've started your dragon farm for a capital save. I've never had breeding pairs of dragons without modding the game, which I'm okay with that. Also, everybody should be through ads at this point, so I'm going to unpause. So this is going to get a bunch of, like, utensils and stuff. This is going to be the King's Dining Hall. I think that it's fitting to buy a cauldron and put it on a pedestal, even though it doesn't actually do anything. Or if it's socializing. They were just telling a story, though. So we got a fork, carving fork, a ladle, and a cauldron. And then eventually a gem whenever it gets here. Then a giant and minotaur, a hydra, and then a male dragon. Damn, you've got an exciting fort. Was it a young... How old was the world, actually, if I can ask? Tarna, what's up? How's it going? It's going. There you go. Little soup kitchen setup for the king. Still isn't happy with it, though. It's not big enough. Or nice enough, or whatever. Now we're working on the king's bedroom up here. I think I'll just make the thing bigger. I have no idea why I have an iron block, but apparently I have an iron block. Unrelated to anything, but if there isn't a SoundCloud rapper named Young Dragon, this world is chaos. What world age do you think is the most fun to play? I don't think there is any difference between age, really. It's kind of like different flavor. Young worlds have more mega beasts alive usually, so there's usually more forgotten beasts, mega beasts, giants, that sort of thing. Whereas older worlds are generally more necromancy, vampires, were creatures, zombies, undead, weird experiments, that sort of thing. So it doesn't really matter. It's kind of like what kind of flavor are you looking for, and they're different. They're not really better than one another. Well, then you should kill them, and then they might. Kind of amazed that this still isn't considered royal. Where can you recruit a bunch of polar bear people to live there? Not without mods or adventure mode. But what are my thoughts on a glacial fort? I mean, sounds like a fortress on a glacier. Bit of a pain in the ass to build sometimes. Can be a cool fort, though. But you can't recruit animal people without mods right now, unless you have adventure mode. So what are my thoughts? I don't really have any. Which is usually my response for things, which people have said is just a cop-out, but it's like, people ask me all these questions where it's like, what are your thoughts on this? It's like completely neutral is 99% of my responses. Completely neutral. Young dragons? Ah, is there a lil dragon? Because that also needs to exist. No thoughts, head empty. Alright, so we've done that, we've done that. I now need to make that throne room, which I started and then stopped. You want to play DF now? So play DF. Success, Sen. Yeah, but I can't, there's no like guaranteed way to get bards of a certain species though. +500 results for Little Dragon. Well, there you go. So you've caught not one, but 3 SoundCloud rappers. Now, what do? You can assign it to be trained. You can do that via going to the creatures screen. So you can assign it to be trained. However, just a word of advice, even once it's trained, leave it chained up because other trained animals will fight with it. Your military might randomly execute it. And that's the main thing. Nani the fuck? Sometimes I receive emails about things that confuse the hell out of me. And this is something I just received an email about from my merch store. So I'm going to show you this. Apparently they make custom-shaped sterling silver jewelry now. It's made in EU with 100% recycled sterling silver. Interesting. So am I gonna get it? Fuck if I know. Kind of tempting though. Like genuinely kind of tempting. Clearly need a vile force of ring. Vile force of ring. Time to slap a gremlin on silver? I mean, tempting. Very tempting. But it would have to be limited quantities. Work sucks. I know. Sorry, it's the only way to respond to that. It's the only legal way to respond to that statement. Do they have bowls you could put one on a pedestal to display? Oh wait, like in Dwarf, are we talking about Dwarf Fortress or are we talking about the jewelry thing? So we're talking about Dwarf Fortress. There are bowls, yes, but I would need to import one. It ain't so, I will not go. Turn the lights off. Carry me home. That was a fun show. Anyway, now that this is officially becoming a DMCA-able karaoke stream, I'm going to stop singing. Chat, you can sing all you want. It's impossible to read My Little Something or Another in any tune except for the My Little Pony theme, so thanks for putting that in my head, Rhino. Jewelry thing, of course. Also, so did you know, chat, this is a bug, by the way. If you remove the walls from a door, the door doesn't get unbuilt. This was another one of the bugs that I informed Tarn about after the interview was over, and his response was, do people like it? And I was like, yeah, and he goes, we'll call that a feature until I can figure out a better option to make wider doors. I was like, sweet. So this is a feature, apparently. As somebody who is vehemently not a brony and mildly terrified of bronies, please don't sound off because I will think less of you if you say that you're a brony in my chat. Anyway, moving on.
Happy 10 years of streaming.
Way too fucking long, dude. Way too fucking long. Good to see you, Friskins. Hope you've been all right. Thank you for the 60-second month. On the topic of way too fucking long. I can do better than that. Make a steel throne. It's like, why is it telling me I have steel bars? It's like, well, it's because they're very much not actually built in things. Okay, so what I actually need to be doing is I need to pause all of the steel material orders for a little bit. Let's go to, as you can see, I've got lots of other unrelated jobs. Basically what I need to do is I need to go to these, and I need to pause all the jobs on them. That's what I actually need to do. So that they can get a surplus of steel bars made. Then once we have a surplus of steel bars, then I can unpause all those jobs. Cutest Ghost would like you to post beers, chat. What's a brony? Don't Google it. Moving on. Actually, I don't know. Is that a don't Google it thing? I feel like that's probably a don't Google it thing, right? I mean, you don't want that in your search history, so. You're actually an adult? I mean, it's not really a matter of whether or not you're actually an adult. It's just like there's a lot of really gnarly fan art. A brony is an adult who is unhealthily obsessed with My Little Pony. Usually a dude. That's a brony. I mean, I made the mistake of Googling Lolita once because a friend of mine asked what that was when I mentioned it in an offhand comment about somebody I saw on a train that was wearing a Lolita dress. Googled a Lolita, showed him a picture of it, and now to this day, this was like back in June. Till now, I'm still getting ads through Google Ads for random shops selling Lolita shit. Still. It's been like almost 6 months. I still, whenever I see them, I click, do not send me this ad. I mean, like, honestly, I don't care that much. I just think it's funny. If I stop clicking them, I don't click them! I click the little arrow on the side that says stop sending me ads. I was not saying brownie, no. No, I was definitely not saying that. Moni has been stricken by melancholy. I thought that you had everything that you needed. Shit. Oh, I just lost another dwarf. Although growing up, like when I was high school age, I knew a kid who tailored his entire search algorithm so that this was like, actually somebody I worked with, so technically I guess not growing up. I was probably like 17 or 18 at this point. I knew somebody who still inaccessible. Gosh darn it. He spent years tailoring all of his search algorithms so that he would only get ads for women's underwear. Because in his words, if I have to stare at ads all day, I might as well stare at ads I don't mind staring at. Which I respect it. I don't know. Me having an irrational fear of evil gnomes. I'm not okay, so I know that like you're talking about brownies, but like no, I do not have an irrational fear of evil gnomes. In fact, a couple of times I've found a bunch of used gnomes at thrift stores, and I've been very tempted to just buy the entire supply of gnomes from the thrift stores for the sole purpose of wandering around town and leaving them in people's gardens. Is that littering? Is my question. That's why I turned off ad personalization on my Google account after it started to show you porn. How did it show you porn ads on YouTube? Okay, now that just straight up shouldn't be happening. That isn't like the fault of YouTube personalization. That is straight up somebody fucking with YouTube. Fear of evil gnomes is never irrational. I mean, it's a known fact that any gnome with a red hat has killed a man. So, you have to fear the gnomes. Gnomes are terrifying. If you ever see a gnome with a red hat, it's killed a man. It's just that's just how gnomes work. It's a gnome fact. Yeah, no, absolutely. I beg your pardon. Why is that steel boot so expensive? Okay, I thought there was an extra 0 on that, and I was really perplexed. I was like, wow, it's expensive even for an artifact. I need more mugs. Holy shit. I'm gonna sell all these shitty mugs, and we're gonna make more mugs. And they wanted toys. All right, let's make steel goblets. Just make like 50. Travelocity gnome has a red hat? Totally. Now named a steel spear. Shoutouts to the person on YouTube who said, had to sub because this was bugging me. Says he's been streaming for 10 years, but it started 5 hours ago. Fake news. I'm talking about streaming on Twitch for one thing. But... No, there was a period of time where people were infiltrating YouTube or Google AdSense with ads that had like individual frames of porn. But yeah, if you're getting ads that are just straight up adult content, AdSense doesn't advertise adult content, which is why if you do see adult ads of adult footage or films of adult movies, you're not seeing like Google AdSense. You're seeing probably Traffic Junkie or one of the other like much shadier ad service providers, and not AdSense, because AdSense doesn't actually deal in adult ads. Like, period. There's like, Google's a bunch of prudes. I was really pissed because they experienced trauma of a minor cave-in and now is sitting there in perpetual red face and you're not sure how to help. He's got 10 years before I can get him into something that'll help and make him less pissed off. Make him a bunch of toys and make sure he's not hauling bodies is my advice. What was I doing? I was going to queue something up that I needed. I already did goblets. I don't know. I was going to queue something up that I needed, but here we are, I suppose. But yeah, massive toy pile underneath, like, mist generator. And stick him in there and don't let him out. That'd be my advice, but I don't know. You do you. Buying musical instruments. It's a lot of paper, which is what I actually asked them for, so I'm going to go down here and buy it all. So do you remember what I said a minute ago, cutest? I said YouTube doesn't serve those ads. Meaning, if you are getting adult content on YouTube served to you, someone is fucking with YouTube. Which happens a lot, because YouTube is a very big, popular platform. It's okay, nobody watched me for the first year. So you can keep stating this, and I believe you. This has happened. There's been multiple cases of this happening over the years, but it's someone intentionally fucking with YouTube. Also, you should turn your ad preferences off because it makes them less money. But at the end of the day, this is a moot point that we are continuing to discuss. So let's change the subject, cutest. Well, thank you for sharing your trauma. But just realize it's not actually YouTube doing that. I feel really dumb defending YouTube for shit, because I think YouTube's a terrible platform for most things. But, like, at the same time... Dwarf needs clothing. At the same time, regardless of the fact that I'm defending it, it's like, just know that that's not YouTube. That is somebody actively trying to hurt YouTube. New series, Blind times out random people in the chat room for making dumb suggestions. Shall we start that now, Optimus, or at a later date? It's up to you, really. I mean, we could start right now. I'm ready. I have the, it's right in front of me. I could hit the button. Steel. Go bars, 28. All right, well, come on, Dwarf. Is there a form to find bituminous coal? Sometimes it's on your map, sometimes it's not. You could probably go look at like actual geological formations and see what other stones it forms in, and that will probably give you an idea. Do I know how to find it consistently? Nope. Sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not. When it's there, I mine it out. All right, we started now. Next. Chat room, would you like a dwarf? If you do not currently have a dwarf in the fort and you would like a dwarf in the fort, say pick me. No, that was me. I'm fully willing to like state that that was me. Cramp 667. That is a slash because apparently I hit the slash while I was hitting enter. I think UGDPY has one. Let me double check. You had one. Yes, you do currently have a dwarf. You are a Wrestler in the Marksdorf squad. Cramp cannot tolerate differences in culture, lifestyle, or appearance, and is impeccably curious without any respect for property or privacy. So you're French? He is inattentive to detail in his own work, and he is not the type to fall in love or develop positive feelings. He accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands. Cracks easily under pressure, definitely French, and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. I don't know why I'm throwing shade at the French. He doesn't mind trying something special now and again, and doesn't mind and is slow to anger. He is quick to form negative views about things, and he tends to consider what others think of him. Do I have this fort, a dwarf in this fort? It's reasonable given the celebration. No, and I don't want one. That's it. Next, we have... Oh, wait. Actually, do you have any family members in the fort? You have a pet dog. The next dwarf here. Picanti is, you do actually have quite a bit of family in the fort. Your younger half-brothers in the fort. Your niece and nephew, although your nephew died in the military. Rest in peace. Your nephew was a military hero. Your cousin, Arkstrom's around. UGDPY, the previous one who died, is no longer in the fort. And your lover is Dr. Phineas, which is funny. You are the lover of one of the barons that lives in this fort. She dislikes helping others and tends to not hold on to grievances. And she likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. Often is nervous and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. She isn't given to flights of fancy, and she's moved by art and natural beauty. She is troubled by this. Since she dislikes the natural world, she has a greedy streak, and she stiffens up when she's surprised. And she chews her lips when she's thinking. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of raising a family and personally finds leisure time wasteful and prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity. I don't know. I like the dwarves to be like an audience thing. It's weird when I'm a dwarf. I don't know. It's time for you to go to sleep. We'll see you when we see you, Sleepy. Username checks out. Gotta say. I'm just going to make a stockpile for steel bars. Just going to do that. Because currently, I'm actually having a hard time keeping track of how much steel's in the fort. It's like, I know that I have lots of coke. That's not the issue. Also, actually, on these work orders, I can make this just 3 shops. It doesn't need to be all of them. It's absolutely possible. In fact, that's the majority of the time. So, Dwarf Fortress isn't a video game like Minecraft, where you're guaranteed to get everything every time. You are very much not guaranteed to get everything every time, and that's kind of the point. You're supposed to want to trade for something. I know what I was going to do. I was trying to queue up alcohol, but... That's what I was gonna queue up when I like spaced out and forgot what I was doing. Is that dwarf working the invisible smelter starving? The invisible smelter. Where in the world is there an invisible smelter in this fort? What are you even talking about? South of the minecart. There's no invisible, like, are you talking about this dwarf? Because they're hungry, but there isn't an invisible smelter there. But something clearly is weird going on here. But yeah, no, there's certainly nothing there. Like, there is nothing there. Weird. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. What the? It did say that there was a building present there, but there is no building there, which is still weird, but whatever. Probably what would have happened was they would have actually started starving, which isn't considered hungry. They get hungry and then they start starving. When they start starving, they cancel the job that they're currently doing. So that's probably what would have happened there. There we go. We're finally starting to get steel bars put away. We're just going to let this stockpile fill up. Yeah, you're right. That is weird. Something fucky is going on. Hold on, can I put a chair there? Like random small piece of furniture or a statue or something? Yeah, no, it says that there's a building present. Bizarre. Because there's nothing there. What if I do this? Well, whatever is there, it's invisible and I forbid it. So if there is, for some reason, some weird bugged building where the dwarves think there's a building there, but there isn't, it's forbidden now. That is weird. I don't know, Starlock. Good question. That is a good question. I've also clearly still got jobs that aren't forbidden. Oh, I know what they're doing. They're making those making those. Bars are getting removed and put somewhere else. I want this to get done. I want these steel bars to be finished. Because I want a surplus of steel bars before I start actually making metal again. A long time, not difficult. You just need to put, like, water on some dirt or on some stone underground, and then access the caverns, and you will, like, have a wood farm eventually. It'll just take, like, 5 years for them to grow. Because, believe it or not, trees grow pretty slowly. Get 'em, pupper! So because trees grow pretty slowly, it takes a while to get things like that going. I know this might be a crazy concept, because in, you know, real life, trees grow immediately, right? But, in this universe, trees grow quite slowly. Because trees grow quite slowly, it can take quite a long time. We are going to attempt to raise this location. You know, the last time I played Minecraft was right around the same time they added a very controversial feature. It was called trees. And around that point, I kind of stopped playing Minecraft. Because I was really enjoying my virtual Lego simulator that ran in a browser. And then they added trees and then, like, made me actually play a survival game, and I kind of stopped. The Forgotten Beast, Marquest Couleur, has come. A gigantic scaly crab. It has a pair of branching antennae, that checks out, and it undulates rhythmically. Its rose-top scales are jagged and set far apart. Beware its poison sting. It's doing the crab dance. Yeah, I don't particularly care for Minecraft, if I'm being honest. It's not a game for me. I mean, Minecraft has added trees, and when Minecraft added trees, I stopped playing Minecraft. I don't know if that's a controversial addition, but it was an addition that made me stop playing. The Guild of Castles has many members in Firebolt and now requires a guild hall. The location must be built and furnished and designated as a Weaver's Guild. I need a Weaver's Guild now. Every time I look up, it's something. Oh, is that a thing? Like, if you put bone meal on trees, trees grow instantly? I mean, I can guarantee you that doesn't work in real life or in Dwarf Fort. Also, no, diamond is not a good material for weapons. I don't care what you think. Ah, well, that's the dwarf that's stricken by melancholy. Why? I just make drinks whenever we need it. And then I make a large amount. You can build doors against other doors? No. You have to build them against walls, but if you remove the walls, the doors don't go away. So, kind of a bug. But Tarn says, fine, that can be a feature until I find a solution. Which, fair. I mean, I wouldn't want to get hit by a hammer that's encrusted with diamonds. I feel like that would hurt. I feel like diamonds would probably be pretty good to, like, stud something with to, like, make it hit harder, but on its own, it's, yeah, kind of a redundant thing. There we go. Kings slightly happier with their living space now. I mean, I am not a manufacturer of things that hurt people, but if I have a choice between getting hit by a hammer or a hammer that is made of the same material but also encrusted with diamonds, I would just take the hammer. But I feel like that would hurt. Like, kind of a lot. This is going to be the King's Tomb. Diamonds are kind of brittle. Don't you ruin my immersion. God damn it, with your facts and logic. How dare you? There we go. Steel bars are getting going. There's the clother's shop. I think the Weaver's Guild should be connected to the clother's shop. Or in the same general vicinity. Maybe... yeah, let's put the Weaver's Guild over here. It's going to be slightly annoying to dig out, but that's fine. Too close from each other. The dwarf can't do anything. I think you are completely misunderstanding something that I said. Too close to each other? If there's too many of them and the dwarf wants to go to all of them, sometimes they'll get analysis paralysis and they won't know which one to go to. I think you are misunderstanding something that I've said. Because I didn't say that. I don't recall, anyway, saying that. Because if I did say that, I'm just as confused as you are then. Yeah, I've been enjoying Yoplin. I set up my a little server to automatically back it up so I have it on my phone and my computer. Did I embark on a volcano? No, I embarked on a very spicy mountain. It's a notes-taking app. Free open source notes-taking app. There's a volcano in the middle of the map, and you're asking if I embarked on a volcano. I think I'm well within my rights to give you the ironic non-answer. Can volcanoes erupt? Not unless the player causes it. There's no natural eruptions, just like there's no earthquakes. No, they can't, Bright Lancer. Which means either A, you did it, or B, something in the world caused it, which means like something fell into it, or C, you reclaimed a mountain. Because no, they cannot erupt. There is no mechanic in the game that will make volcanoes erupt. It's either something the player did, or you misunderstanding something else. Yes, you sent me pictures of it happening. Yes. They constantly refill. So if you remove the edges of it, it'll erupt over. No, I remember when that happened, and we all looked into it, and yeah, no, it either A, something you did broke something, or B, you reclaimed it. Because there's a bug that, well, not really a bug, more of a map design issue with the game, where if you reclaim a map after leaving the map, it resets the liquid table, so water or lava is set at a different level, which will cause volcanoes to endlessly erupt and oceans to flood and stuff. But that isn't the volcano erupting. That is a design issue. So if you go around telling people that, you are straight up spreading incorrect information about the game. So, no, volcanoes do not erupt. But certain situations can cause them to look like they are erupting. Even though, no, they do not erupt. You pretty much force an eruption. I mean, one of the things I like to do in Dwarf Fortress is I will channel around the top of a volcano and then by pulling a lever cause eruptions, but again, not an eruption. You unknowingly forced an eruption, yeah. Because all eruptions in Dwarf Fortress are caused by the player. You know what's funny? Caveman Doc? Twitch is getting rid of that feature tomorrow. Anyway, I guess, like, pour one out for fucking hype chats. Yeah, pour one out for hype chats, I suppose. Thanks for the $10. Or actually, like, the $6.40 or whatever amount of that I actually see. Which means we're going to have another income source on our, like, stats screens forever. Which is kind of funny. Just like that one time Twitch thought it would be a good idea to compete with Steam, and I, to this day, still have game sales in my dashboard as a form of revenue, even though I never even got access to it because I wasn't a partner at the time. It feels like longer than that, but I guess like the hype chat was in weird testing phase for a really long time, where not everybody had it. Squads returned. Oh, well, there's a lot of zombies in this location. The trustworthy armory, poorly led by the dwarf non-major nerd, clashed with 213 animated goblins, slaying 8. We didn't lose anybody, though. Nestos led the attack, and the ambiguity... The Gravel of Ambiguity led the attack, and the defenders were led by the dwarf necromancer, Dodok. Well, Snarl Cactus is a mean place. I think I can say that. They have lots and lots of zombies. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pillage. We're going to attempt to raise, actually, and I'm going to send every single one of my melee squads. Good luck, dwarves. You have 300 hours and you've never done anything with missions? I mean, to be fair, they're kind of tricky to find. And also, like, their actual purpose and use isn't entirely clear. But Caveman Doc, thank you very much for the hype chat. Once again, pour one out for hype chat. For reference, the reason Twitch is getting rid of it is, 1, the Twitch community doesn't use it. 2, streamers don't like it. And 3, they've just said that it's a better thing to focus on features that we do care about instead of trying to force features that we don't care about, which I think is a good way to look at things and a good way to go about doing things, frankly. What do you gain from what I just did if all goes well? I'm trying to kill every necromancer tower on the world map, is what I'm doing. So what do I gain from it? Nothing, aside from 1 less necromancer tower. Although, actually, I need to go back to missions and just double check this. So I don't actually want them stealing anything. Less necromancers on the overworld is what we get.
Another month already. Damn.
72 months. 72 months. A lot of months. Thank you very much for so many months, RSG. I hope that you've been doing well. Hope that hangover wasn't so bad after the time that you got really drunk that you were telling me about the other night. Flying web spitting Forgotten Beast wiped you out before you could figure out what all the hype was about. Yeah, that'll happen sometimes. They'll just be like, oops, I accidentally, everybody dead. Oh, cool. Had a Necromancer King. Oh yeah, I missed the Necromancer King thing. Jeez, that's kind of cool. Necromancers don't do anything weird unless they are threatened and there's bodies around. Then there's zombies and then suddenly accidentally there's zombies everywhere, basically. But yeah, it does in fact sound like you had fun. Yeah, which will magically transform your dwarves into necromancers, which is pretty fun. Cramps, thank you very much for gifting a 10-pack of gift subs. You were very, very kind. You guys have been ridiculous today. Thank you so much for being ridiculous. Throwing all these subs around. You guys are very kind. But, yeah, no. And about, I think, let me double check when the next ad break is, because I need to go get my... Need to go get lunch soon. Tummy grumbling. 6 minutes, cool. I will wait for the next ad break, then I will go get lunch. Lunch at 4 p.m. Nice early lunch for me. So you have to wait for red lights. Please don't text and drive. Also, don't Twitch chat and drive. That's how you get into car accidents. Suited Giraffe is throwing $5 in bits into the chitty chatty, and now there's a hype train happening again. I think it's like the 5th or 6th one now, something like that. So thank you very much for the continued hype trains of hype, the choo-choo hype, not to be confused with choo-choo rocket, very different thing. So this is going to be a Weaver's Guild. I'm just going to set that up so that the dwarves don't get mad at me in case it's been too long, which I don't think it has been, but I don't really want the dwarves to get mad at me. I have this effect on people. It's like, that's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Although sometimes people just tune into my streams directly and then go, man, Blind IRL, that's a name I've not heard in a long, long time. Mine always have cool designs. I mean, I don't design anything. I just make cool shapes I like looking at, which I don't really consider designing. But not recommended is a funny way to say illegal. That's kind of what I was thinking, but I didn't want to say. Like, that's a weird way of referring to something that's very much illegal. You didn't want ghost pepper juice on your keyboard. Makes sense. I also wouldn't want ghost pepper juice anywhere near my fingers. Miami? You mean Las Vegas? Miami was ages ago. I understand. The two cities are virtually, like, identical from an outsider's perspective. And also there are races in both of those places. But, fuck if I know. I mean, what's the temperature in Las Vegas right now? Okay, so I literally type in Las Vegas weather and, like, the first thing Google serves me is just, like, snow, which I know is not correct. No, at night. 14 degrees Celsius? Yeah, that's pretty chilly. I don't know, because it's gonna be a night race, right? So... what's this weekend's forecast like? Scroll down. Weather Network's a terrible website. Yeah, pretty cold at night. I mean, it's supposed to be in the 50s for those of you who speak American. So yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be weird. It's gonna be weird. Tires might last. Where's here, Optimus? I'm assuming Australia, but was it the username? But yeah, I don't know. I don't really have any bold predictions. It's gonna be the coldest in F1 history. Not true. It's snowed at races before. I have a actual, like, genuinely, my feeling is it's gonna suck. I'm not expecting it to be a very good race. Just because it's a street circuit. It's a new street circuit. The layout is questionable. I don't know. I'm not expecting much. Track looks a bit lame. I do think it's hysterical that the track is an upside-down pig. It's an upside-down pig. See? It's very clearly an upside-down pig. It's an Australian pig, actually. So, the pig is not dead. They just imported an Aussie. Thank you much for the hype train chat, for the 11 subscriptions and the $5 in bits. Sleeping on the output tile of a screw pump, it goes into drowning every few minutes. That's kind of funny. Fabulous Blade has returned. The Uncommon Mansion attacked the Coastal Strokes, oh boy, at Snarl Cactus. The Dwarf Metzos led the attack, and also Metzos has a full title, which is Charm Wheels the Cobalt Gravel of Ambiguity. So, Metzos, Charm Wheels the Cobalt Gravel of Ambiguity, unrolled a brilliant tactical plan. The attackers had a strong positional advantage. The Dwarf Uristov clashed with an animated Goblin, slaying it. More animated goblins, 193 goblins. So how many goblins are left by the end of the fighting? Clashed with 99 goblins are left by the end of it. And they slayed 8. So there's about 100 animated goblins left there. We're going to send all of my melee squads once again. And we are going to attempt to raise and destroy the site. Pump is part of a mist generator. Oh, that's not bad then. That's not so bad. At least like the water's like going out, and it's not like filling up like a reservoir or something or a river. All right, so Twitch side of things is now in an ad break. I'm going to go get my lunch. I will be back probably before the ads are done. So, chat room, if you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to use them to entertain the chat room, and I will be back in, like I said, 90 seconds or so.
Flobberdobberdoggadoggies?
Bark, 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 bark.
Over here, he has a sword!
Cheese for everyone!
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Woo!
Cheese for everyone!
It's a unit system. I know this.
Well, I mean, I've returned.
Fucking donkey!
And I have Sandwich. Defiler, that is an absurd amount of time in advance to subscribe, but you're at tier 2, so that means I have to give you sound commands. Thank you so much, dude. Holy crap, that is a large amount of time to subscribe in advance. Well, you should have the sound commands now. You just want to sword. You did that purely to type an exclamation point sword from time to time? Is that all?
Over here, he has a
Should work now. There you go.
sword.
I had to like put your name into the bot so the bot doesn't like get mad at you. You've been here for 11 months anyway. True, but still, tier 2 for 6 months. That's nothing to scoff at. You should just sub in advance for how much you want to support this stream. I mean, I do it for some channels. Okay, well that's done. Made this. I should immediately accept. Alright, I'm gonna eat my sandwich real quick. I think we'll do another 30 minutes or so of Dwarfs, and then we'll play some Roller Coaster Tycoon. Help your workdays pass faster? Happy to help. That's not a small number of streamers, Linux. Then you will hate the way I play Roller Coaster Tycoon. Let's see.
Cheese Anniversaries for everyone!
Now, when you say OG, what do you mean? Because at this point, all of them are OG, because they haven't made a good one of those things since 2006. And I wouldn't say Roller Coaster Tycoon 3 was any good, so... I personally feel that Roller Coaster Tycoon 3 is awful. Apparently with mods it can be okay, but I didn't like that game. I just like 1 and 2. So the 1999 original doesn't run on Windows 10. But Open Roller Coaster Tycoon puts all of the features of Roller Coaster Tycoon 1 into Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. And Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 is just a better version of Roller Coaster Tycoon 1, so we'll be playing 2. Have I played Parkitect? Yes. I backed it on Kickstarter. And I bought the developer of it a beer once. Or one of the 2 developers. I don't particularly have any desire to go back to playing Parkitect, though. It's fine. It doesn't have the nostalgia power of other games, but it's fine. So your dwarf's child available. Why? Well, a large number of the original features of OpenRCT exist because of this chat, believe it or not. No idea on Parkitect? Parkitect is what Roller Coaster Tycoon 3 should have been. I mean, I have like 150 dwarves. You'd like to gift a random chat member a dwarf? Please don't. Just don't make me do that. Because that feature is currently disabled, and I don't want to set that as a precedent where people are suddenly going to do that, because then everybody will want to give random people dwarves. Let's not do that. And that's all I really have to say on the subject. I either need to allow everybody to do that or nobody. Because the redemption isn't available, I'm not just going to give one person a dwarf, because then I have to like suddenly do that whenever people ask. At some point, I need to figure out a fair way of bringing it back, but I just haven't put the effort in to figure it out, to be honest with you. Had too many other things on my head recently. All right, so... stuff is getting done at much more reasonable speed now. I understand your joke, but I'm going to refuse to acknowledge it. That's all I have to say. Pretty comfy volcano fort. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Comfy. That's a way to describe it. Comfy. Yes. Certainly. You've been in a bar recently and you saw a dude in a Los Angeles is a communist shithole t-shirt. Ah. Yeah, I don't know. Going to America and seeing people wearing t-shirts from large brands with slogans like that on them. Two things. Make me not want to support those brands and also make me not want to ever visit America again. It always just kind of makes my eyes roll a little bit. It's like painful. It's like, oh, I'm sorry that you are so stuck in American propaganda that you don't understand what basic society is, but cool. Oh, hey. Yeah, I don't read the YouTube chat out loud as often, but hi, it's good to see you. I read that as isn't a shithole, don't come here, and I was like, wait a second, mixed messages, but then I reread it and realized that the chat had moved, and that wasn't actually what you said. American exceptionalism? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. The thing that bothers me about other countries is when they think that they are better than other countries, or they think that other countries don't have the right to exist. That bothers me greatly. The rest of the world is aware. I want to be self-aware. Well, there you go. I mean, it's kind of funny when you cross the border here in Vancouver, when you're on the highway going down to Seattle, one of the first things that you see when you cross the border is this huge, like, I think it's like some sort of farm, like, greenhouse setup, right? And there's this humongous billboard set up on this person's property that just says, "Make America Great Again." It's been there for years. And there's something that's just kind of ironic about, like, going down to the States in the current year, and that's the first fucking thing you see. There's something kind of ironic and also kind of funny about that. I think that's a matter of perspective, Defiler. I know that you're not serious. Anyway, purely a matter of perspective. Are more dwarves stuck on the weird invisible thingy? No. Weird. It's bizarre. One of the weirder things I've had happen in this game in recent memory is just dwarves getting stuck on an invisible workshop. And some of the conversations we've had today would really make some people mad. It's like, earlier we were talking about 100%ing the Bible and, like, fiction. And we've gone from that to just, like, American propaganda and, like... I don't know. We're not trying to make friends with this stream. I'll put it that way. Get these dwarves' actual furniture. That dwarf didn't get a cabinet. I need to fix that. You want to know my theory about flat Earth theory? Number one, the Earth's a fucking ball, and if you think otherwise, you're an idiot. But humor me here for a second. What if? Also, speaking of things, simulation theory is just a creationist theory for assholes who think they're atheists but actually cling to the need for some sort of higher meaning and/or religion. Okay, so there's that. What if simulation theory is real, which it's not? Okay, it's just, like I said, that's an atheist creation theory for assholes. But if simulation theory is real, what if we are living in basically an MMO, right? But there's global chat, right? So we're all on different servers in an MMO, but there's global chat, okay? So think about that for a second. in MMO, different servers can have different things going on and like different structures. Sometimes like certain areas will be different, especially in like more modern like instance-based games where like you can have like persistence portions of the worlds. What if whoever is running this MMO is an asshole? So most people who run MMOs, just look at what's happened with Blizzard over the years. What if the person running the MMO is an asshole? And for some people, they're in a very small section of the world that's shadow banned from the rest of us, right? So we can see them and we can talk to them, but we can't see what they see. Or maybe they're on like a different server where that very small portion of the world is the world is actually flat for them. Anyway, the world isn't actually flat. And also, we're not actually living in a simulation. And yes, we've landed on the moon. That's it. But anyway, what if this is actually an MMO, and for a portion of the people in the MMO, the world is actually flat? Anyway, I'm going to continue paving this floor with mudstone. Any questions? Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Shadow Crash 2 Shadowban? Yes, no, totally. So some... And birds aren't real. Also, trees are made of silicon, and mountains are actually the original trees. Speaking of fringe conspiracy theories that nobody actually believes, but get talked about on YouTube for some reason. I mean, there's a video that went viral in like the greater Vancouver area. It was like early last year, of a chicken flying through downtown. Very real video of a chicken flying through downtown. And the entirety of the Vancouver subreddit having an absolute collective meltdown about the fact that chickens can fly. The thing is, domestic chickens have their wings docked, right? So they can't fly. But there was a chicken flying through downtown. And it's just the entirety of this subreddit, just like collective brain meltdown because, wait, chickens can fly? And then somebody popping in and being like, yeah, it's probably somebody's pet. Anyway. Thanks, Frederick. Cheers, dude. So that was very funny. Mutually mundane organic real person game. Mutually mundane organic real person game. Huh. I think you made that acronym up. But believable. I can see it. We'll work with this for now. You thought it was common knowledge? Turns out a lot of people, there's a lot of things out there that are common knowledge that most people in the world are far too lazy to actually look up. So they come to a conclusion, make an assumption, and never actually look up the reality. So chickens can't fly is an assumption that a lot of people come to, assuming that chickens can't fly. Because many chickens can't. Because their wings have been clipped, or docked, or whatever term you want to use. There's many things that are common knowledge that, you know, people just assume. You didn't know that chickens could fly? Yeah, well, chickens can fly. So can turkeys. Although I'm pretty sure that there is an urban legend about turkeys just being too dumb to fly over fences if they can see over it. I'm pretty sure that's actually not true. I'm pretty sure that's just an urban legend. Chickens can fly, they're all just really lazy. I mean, humans can fly too, we just don't try hard enough. I mean, just look at Clark Kent. He can fly. Also, shoutouts to a friend of mine who makes YouTube videos and has a Patreon scroll at the end for putting Clark Kent into his Patreon credits for 6 months and nobody noticed. I should start doing that. Stuff you learn on this stream, very, very useful information. Completely unrelated useful information. Well, it's useful information to me. It's okay, chat. The dirt in my closet is still moist. I'm just gonna start saying that with no context and then refusing to explain why there's dirt in my closet and why it's moist. But there's dirt in my closet and it's moist, which is good, as it should be. One of my favorite, like, not facts about chickens is I used to read a series of, like, young adult light novels when I was little and learning how to read. Which was about I think it was called Hank the Cow Dog. I'm like 99% sure that's what it was called. It was just about a dog. It was like a ranch from the perspective of the dog that lived on the ranch. And it was an okay little series of kids like light novels, right? But there's a line that I will never forget about that book, about those series of books, which is he was complaining about other farm animals and like trying to talk to them. He's like, and it was said something about pigs, something about cows, something about like cows being good conversation or something. And then he's like, but chickens, now chickens, they're the worst. I hate chickens. I can't stand them. They're so dumb. And they have about 6 words in their language and half of them mean help. And they never have a real need for it? Yeah, no, like they fly in case of emergency. But yeah, anyway, that video of a chicken flying through downtown is still very funny. All this stuff got finished real quick once, actually I had steel for it. There are 79 of those? Do you think they write them with ChatGPT now? Now, did you just look that up because I mentioned it, or did you know that off the top of your head? I definitely had like a dozen of them growing up. They are mad dumb, except they can also, like, kill rats pretty effectively. I actually wonder what kills more rats every year, cats or chickens? The common mansion attacked the coastal strokes of an unknown civilization. The dwarf Metzos led the attack. The defenders were led by... The dwarf Metzos made an outright foolish plan. Okay, and the defenders had a strong positional advantage. That's spooky. Foolish. I've never seen a dwarf make a foolish plan before. The brass oars, led by the dwarf Zuglar, clashed with 71 animated goblins, slaying 8. The trustworthy armory, ably led by non-major nerd, clashed with 63 animated goblins, slaying 12. The fabulous blade clashed with 51 animated goblins, slaying 8. Urist clashed with 43 animated goblins, slaying 2. Slaying 4. Slaying 6. Slaying 1. Slaying 2. Slaying 4. Slaying 4. Slaying 2. Slaying 4. Slaying 1. Searched and found nothing, rampaged throughout, and destroyed Snarl Cactus. It's another tower dead. Well done, dwarves. Well done. On to the next one. Kid's book that you discovered in some doctor's office that you absolutely love is called Skippy John Johns, okay? The Siamese kitten that pretends he's a chihuahua. That sounds like something I would want to read or listen to an audiobook of while really, really high. Also, that sounds like Elfie Bean's autobiography. I guess you can't trust Wikipedia. I guess the number's gone up. Suited. There's no rules about link posting in my chat, but if you post something that isn't allowed on Twitch, you won't ever post in my chat again. So, basically, don't be an idiot. And cheers, Workshop Telescope. which can be lacking on subtopics. Oh, absolutely. Or people are too lazy to actually, you know, catalog the knowledge. Definitely can happen sometimes. Got a dwarf pondering gears. This is the Steam version. And this is DF hack, but I mean, this is the Steam version. This is what Classic looks like now. The UI has been fully updated. So. Sometimes internet sites keep repeating each other back and forth. Yes, sometimes. Yeah, it can... The internet can be a mess. It's almost like the internet shouldn't learn from the internet. There's a lot of hungry dwarves in here doing all this stuff. I feel like I should put another dining hall up here. It's probably something I should do. Have to take another look to see the new UI changes. Just remember something, none of the old hotkeys work. And you can't bind them to work the way they used to. So just know that before you go in. And aside from that, it's still the same game though. Everything kind of is pretty easy to pick up if you played the older versions. Cutest Ghost, you're my moderator, you're not allowed to ask me that question. Because honestly, I don't have an answer for you. It's because that's how they built it, and that's what it is. Cutest, you got to remember this. You're a moderator on this channel. You have to actually pretend that you watch my streams sometimes. If you don't, it's obvious. Come on. Did anybody here ever played like clicks to Hitler or clicks to Jesus on Wikipedia? So I used to do that with friends years ago, where we would just like open up a random Wikipedia page and then it was like, all right, how many? And then you would compete with your friends to see who could do like click the least times to get to Jesus or Hitler, because it's very easy to get to either of those from almost any page on Wikipedia. You did, but with Elvis? Makes sense. I feel like it'd be harder to get to Elvis. Degrees of Kevin Bacon. Degrees of Kevin Bacon is a slightly different thing, but... Because you'd have to get into something music-related. Or King-related, I would think. Unless you ended up on a page of, like, one of his lyrics or something. Just casually scrolling Wikipedia, then suddenly, out of nowhere, ain't nothing but a hound dog! Anyway. Chat room. This has been a solid dwarfing session, I think. Just kind of scrolling around. You know, stuff looks great. Oh, actually, to Snow Mountain. The thing that you need to know about this version of Dwarf Fortress that is significantly better than old versions is, one, it's multi-threaded now, and two, the frame rate is 100% better. Those are the two things you need to know about this version of Dwarf Fortress. One, it's multi-threaded. Two, it runs 100% faster. So yeah, there are some things that are different that require a learning curve, but there you go. It's right there. You have to turn it on. Nothing's perfect. Jesus, we're all human. Besides, the only perfect video game ever made is Tetris, and this is a known fact. How long workshops stockpile range? I don't think there's a limit, is there? I vaguely remember that feature, and I don't think I ever actually used it. Vaguely. I'm pretty sure there isn't a limit. But I don't know. I'm also not perfect. I don't know everything. Oh, hey, GeForce wants to install a driver. No, thanks. I'm good. Not right now, GeForce. All right, so anyway, this is the current layout for the fortress. I think it's quite nice looking. You know, we've got, you know, obviously our animal breeding grounds here with, you know, our giraffes and our rhinos and our farms. It's a great time. Everybody loves it. We've got dwarves all over the place. We've got our volcano. We now have a throne room. We got the king. We built a bunch of stuff. We got the metal industry functioning-ish again. I need to make it bigger, though. We've got, you know, our tombs built. We've got dwarves in prison. I added some more prison cells to it. Captain Jackson prison for some reason. This dwarf's in prison for some reason, who's a strand extractor, and I haven't extracted any strands. I have to start digging deeply. But we will be picking this fortress up again tomorrow, because that is like, you know, getting close to 7 hours worth of Dwarf Fort. And the plan for the remainder of the evening is we're going to go play some Roller Coaster Tycoon. So, for the people on the YouTube side of things, thanks for hanging out for the 10-year celebration. But Twitch chat, we're going to keep going for probably, I don't know, another 4 hours. So, if you're watching on YouTube and you want to keep watching, jump over to Twitch. Otherwise, to my friends here on Twitch, you can say goodbye to YouTube if you want. Yeah, I've also got an invisible smelter, and we're not sure how that happened. All right, now I can close the YouTube chat. Sweet. Gotta head to bed. It's 1:40 a.m. That's very early in the morning. You have a good night. It was good. All right. So, chat, you ready for some very old video games? There's people watching Roller Coaster Tycoon already? That's mad.